Welcome back. 19th Annual Anarchist Book Fair virtual workshops here at Pitt in Brooklyn. We are ready to introduce a collective, Anarchist Magazine collective from Colombia, who just released their third issue recently on the topic of the experience of authoritarianism, both in Colombia and internationally. Now we welcome them. Thank you so much.
Hola, ¿cómo están, compañeros?
Can you hear us?
¿Están escuchando? ¿Aló? Hola, ¿cómo están?
Welcome.
¿Cómo están todos?
Hello, hello.
Hola, ¿cómo están?
Hola.
Acá andamos. Do you see her and hear us fine?
Sí, estamos viendo ella.
Ok. Cari.
Okay. Hi.
Oh, you here?
Hello.
Over, please.
I was right around the corner.
No problem. Sit here, please. It's your, let me get your wood. It's your baby.
We have a translator if you need it, but
Oh my God, okay.
it is up to you.
Oh, baby.
Just one moment.
Yes, we had already spoken. I'm with the magazine too.
Good.
With Dennis?
Yes, with Leo Leckers and Patrick.
Hmm?
Leo Leckers and Patrick.
Please sit
Yeah.
here. Look, this is just picture. Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Cari. Dale.
Excelente, vamos.
Ok.
Hola, Cari. ¿Todo
¿Cómo
bien?
están? ¿Todo
¿Nos
bien?
escuchan?
Sí. ¿Me escuchan bien?
Sí, yo los escucho bien. ¿Ustedes nos escuchan a nosotros?
Sí.
Perfecto.
Perfecto.
Perfecto. Mi celular no estaba funcionando. My phone wasn't working at all.
Dale. No problem.
Entonces, ¿quiere hablar? Can you speak in English or just Spanish? How you want to do?
Pues nosotros vamos a hablarlo en...
They speak English.
They speak Spanish and I will be interpreting.
Okay,
into
perfect.
English.
Perfect. Good.
Ya les dije que voy a estar interpretando para ustedes.
Listo,
Bueno.
perfecto. Entonces,
Vamos a
pues
empezar.
inicialmente pues vamos a hacer como una pequeña presentación de pues que nosotros quiénes somos Leo Legris, Apátrica, que pertenecemos al grupo editorial de revista Diógenes.
And they're from the editorial group of Johannes Magazine.
Bueno, saludamos a todo el público, a todas las personas que nos están escuchando desde todas las partes del mundo. Nosotros,
Everybody's listening to us from everywhere around the world.
nosotros somos Leo Legris, Apátrica, hacemos parte del grupo editorial de la revista Diógenes.
They are Leo Leggers and Apatrika from the Johannes Magazine, the editorial, and I'm Alka Warmi, the interpreter.
Bueno, Diógenes a lo largo de los años ha caminado con una misión clara.
¿Puedes repetir la última palabra, por favor?
Diógenes a lo largo de los años ha caminado con una misión clara.
Johannes, throughout the years, has walked with a clear mission.
Difundir el pensamiento anarquista más allá de cualquier frontera.
Believing in the anarchist thought throughout all the borders and frontiers.
Así nace Diógenes, una unión desde Sudamérica a Europa.
That's how Johannes is born. Union through South America and Europe.
Hemos logrado tejer un medio de comunicación libre y antiautoritario que trasciende idiomas y regiones.
We have been able to show a communication, una comunicación que disculpen,
Un medio de comunicación libre y antiautoritario.
Form of communication free and anti-authoritarian.
El objetivo editorial consiste en enfrentar las múltiples formas de autoritarismos que vivimos a diario.
The object of the editorial is to make front to all the day-to-day issues that we have with authoritarianism.
Al autoritarismo lo podemos destruir como un virus.
Authoritarianism, we can describe it as a virus.
Primero, conociendo sus causas, transmisión, síntomas y luego un tratamiento.
First, recognizing its transmission, symptoms, and después de la transmisión, ¿qué dijeron?
Síntomas
Ways to solve,
y tratamiento.
ways to solve it and treat it.
Un antídoto para desarmarlo y crear alternativas.
The antidote to disarm it and create alternatives.
No buscamos complacer, sino provocar.
We're not looking for pleasure, but to provoke.
No aspiramos a adoctrinar, sino abrir horizontes.
No aspiramos a
Adoctrinar, sino abrir horizontes.
we don't look to indoctrinate, but to open frontiers.
Por eso, seguiremos incendiando cabezas.
That's why we'll still be firing up heads
Con ideas y propuestas que alimenten la lucha por una vida sin dominación.
proposals that, with ideas and proposals, con ideas y propuestas
Que alimenten la lucha por una vida sin dominación.
that feed the fight without life without domination.
Como revista Diógenes tenemos algunas características.
As Magazine Diogenes, we have a few characteristics.
La publicación anónima,
Anonymous publishing,
el anti-copyright,
anti-copyright,
la publicación sin fronteras,
publishing without frontiers,
lo antiautoritario e itinerante.
the anti-authoritarianism and anti-itinerarism.
Bueno, vamos a hablar de los diferentes números de revista Diógenes.
Now we're going to talk about the different editions for Magazine Diogenes.
En las diferentes ediciones de revista Diógenes,
In the different editions of Magazine Diogenes,
hemos abordado los múltiples tipos de autoritarismos.
we have bordered on the multiple types of anti-authoritarianism.
En el primer número tratamos el autoritarismo militar.
In the first edition, we look into the military authoritarianism.
En el segundo número tratamos el autoritarismo judicial.
In our second edition, judicial authoritarianism.
Y en este tercer número,
And in this third edition,
con el cual queremos hacer un lanzamiento oficial en este book fair.
¿puedes volver a repetir, por favor?
En el cual queremos hacer un lanzamiento oficial en este book fair del tercer número.
In the one we're going to publish in this workshop, the third number.
En este tercer número tratamos el autoritarismo pedagógico.
In this third edition, we're going to talk about the pedagogic authoritarianism.
Creemos necesario discutir
We believe it's necessary to discuss
cómo la escuela, en su forma tradicional,
how the school, in its traditional form,
ha sido un mecanismo de control y obediencia,
it has been a mechanism of control and obedience,
más que un espacio de libertad.
more than a space of freedom.
Después de este primer acercamiento a lo que es Diógenes,
In this third edition of magazine Diógenes,
queremos realizar una actividad con el público.
we want to do an activity with the public.
Nuestra idea es construir un collage
Our idea is to create a collage
con todos los participantes
with all the participants
con el objetivo de dejar un material
with the objective to leave material
de nuestra
Sí,
participación en el Book Fair número 19.
of our participation on the book fair number 19.
Okay, good, sure, that please, it's an honor, for sure, yeah, thank you.
Vamos a compartir pantalla.
We can do later, ¿no?
Pues,
Nosotros podemos hacer después, ¿no? O tenemos que hacer ahora.
I think it's like 15 minutes of that.
Ah, okay, do you want ahora? Ahora. Okay,
No.
great.
Moment.
It's here now, we need to talk, no? Everybody, the problem is everybody left for eating, you know, everybody's starving. Yeah. Todos están con fome, entonces se fueron. Tenemos 4 personas ahora.
Pregunta una de las participantes si pueden ver las imágenes.
Claro.
Sí.
¿Cuáles imágenes?
¿Cuáles imágenes?
Dice que ver las imágenes. I think what we want to do is actually create the collage right now.
Yeah, right now.
With our day-to-day,
But then I say we are just few people.
daily issues, like that we see, like being authoritarian.
Oh. This is challenge, beautiful. Let's see. Then we need paper, no?
¿Y ustedes cómo quieren hacer el collage? ¿Quieren hacerlo en digital o quieren hacerlo
Nuestra idea es compartir la pantalla y hacer una pregunta y que las personas que están en el público respondan la pregunta. Con esas palabras formamos el collage.
Okay, so she's going to share her screen and ask a question to us, and based on that question, that's when we're going to create the images with the words of the question, or what we come up with too.
Oh, incredible! Now it's that.
So instead of answering with words, we would answer with pictures to create the collage. Entonces, mientras hacen la pregunta, entonces con las respuestas que ellos digan, ahí se crean las imágenes.
El collage.
El collage de imagen.
So we would give the words and then we would create the images en digital, ¿sí?
Sí, míralo.
Ahí estamos compartiendo la idea.
¿La ves?
They are sharing their screen. Y sí, ahí está.
Come here. Come join us. So then you can. We're not too much people. We need to everybody join now. Sit here, Lu. Oh, perfecto. Entonces hablamos todo español.
I will wait for translation, but maybe we do it together.
But anyway, the people need to understand the English too, because
¿Qué sucede, compas? No entendemos.
¿Listo?
Sí, ahí estamos viendo la pantalla.
Listo. Entonces la pregunta es, ¿qué tipos de autoritarismos experimentas en tu vida diaria?
So what types of authoritarianism do you experience in your daily basis? in your daily life?
Piénsenlo.
Just think about it. Hi, we're just asking the question now. Don't worry, you haven't lost anything.
Come on.
So the question,
Not about this.
okay.
About the programming, never mind.
Por ejemplo, yo soy de Los Ángeles y allá enfrentamos mucho el autoritarismo de la movilidad. O sea, a fuerzas necesita uno un coche, por ejemplo, para ir a trabajar o hacer compras, lo que sea. Y si no tienes coche, es una autoridad que no te deja vivir más libremente.
Okay, so he's from Los Angeles, and he's saying that daily basis that he sees authoritarianism is that being in Los Angeles, you have to have a car to at least get groceries, move around, and that's one of the things that he says. That he sees authoritarianism.
You.
I'm thinking.
You.
No,
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
You. How you see the authoritarianism?
No, it's everywhere, especially in the university. To follow the semester, to get grades, to get money to be able to do the classes. This kind of authority, education has to be free. We have to be self-organized. The state has to pay for it, but people have 3 jobs, 4 jobs, and then they are tired and they come to the class. What is the relation to teach like this, So to liberate ourselves, I feel like this education for which you have to pay and go in debt is the biggest form of authoritarianism.
La compañera explica que ella ve autoritarismo parte de la educación, por ejemplo, en la universidad, cuando uno tiene, pues, o sea, que estar en cada semestre teniendo buenas notas o te sacan, o si no tienes el dinero para pagar el semestre también te sacan, y también está el de que el Estado puede pagarlo si nos organizamos, pero entonces ahora lo que estamos haciendo es teniendo 3 trabajos y pues, o sea, excediéndonos nosotros mentalmente y físicamente para poner atención en la clase. Entonces, esa es una parte de autoritarismo que de las compañías.
Para mí todo también está con autoritarismo, ¿no? De las células, todo es como está todo estructurado en la sociedad, de la familia, la escuela, todo el sistema está extremadamente articulado. Entonces, por jerarquía, porque incluyen las relaciones uno para otro. Entonces todo está contaminado con jerarquía y todo ese lixo. Yo pienso que para nosotros, cuando usted habla que nueva educación, nueva manera de hacer las cosas, nueva manera de vivir, ¿entienden? Nosotros tenemos que crear todo el momento y destruir todo tipo de jerarquía jerarquía de la estructura, ¿no?
La estructura social.
Tenemos que destruir esta estructura y tenemos que crear nueva, ¿sabe? Y está en nuestras manos crear nueva estructura.
So she says that they say that that everything is articulated, from families to education to outside. So it's in our hands to be the change and all destroy, like all the hierarchy that has been created, because that's also a system of control.
Está perfecto.
Y bueno, por mi parte, yo lo veo mucho más en la medicina, hablando, digamos, de lo que nos quieren vender a lo que en serio necesitamos. nos dicen que leamos las etiquetas, pero muchas etiquetas ni siquiera son ciertas, o no lo dicen, y lo que en serio funciona, lo que en serio nos cura, es ilegal. No quieren que una persona del común tenga acceso por el simple hecho de que necesitan las personas enfermas para tener dinero. Entonces no quieren que nosotros nos curemos ancestralmente y desde la tierra. The authoritarianism I see is also in medicine, where we can't have access to what actually cures us and what they sell us, and that they say in the label, maybe sometimes it not may be true, because they need just to sell and to have the people sick and not get cured just so they have money. So they make it illegal for the common folks to, how you say, like, ancestrally and from the earth cure themselves, because that is less expensive than actually paying them for whatever they sell us.
¿Alguien más?
Pues,
Todos hablamos, ¿no?
yeah.
Porque, entonces, como te hablé, todos salieron para comer, ¿sabes? Están todos con hambre. Perdóname. Pero entonces estos son tus pensamientos sobre esto que quieres, ¿no?
También hay más y más.
Y más, mucho más.
Como lo de ICE ahorita.
Sí.
ICE, no sé si han visto en California y otras partes también.
Aquí también en muchas partes.
Sí,
Mucho.
está más presente como distintas formas de policía militar,
Claro.
y frontera y policía frontera.
En armas.
Ajá.
Dice.
Dicen aquí como es una lucha bueno, es como las Fuerzas Armadas del Estado, también de la frontera y federales, están coordinándose más y más para pues como cazar a gente en las calles.
Como
Ajá, gente migrantes, gente que simplemente están trabajando. Es algo que se está normalizando, desafortunadamente.
Sí, mira que nosotros en el tercer número de Revista Diógenes tenemos un artículo sobre la problemática de los estudiantes latinos en las escuelas de Estados Unidos debido a la política migratoria de Donald Trump, donde utiliza el ICE para capturar niños y jóvenes y que sean deportados a México, a Venezuela, a Colombia, vulnerando pues también el derecho a la educación por parte de los estudiantes latinos en Estados Unidos.
Sí.
Bueno, nosotros acá también, dentro de la investigación que hicimos, encontramos que existen pues múltiples tipos de autoritarismos. Nosotros solo nombramos algunos, como el autoritarismo militar, judicial, pedagógico. Sin embargo, hemos encontrado que hay otros como el autoritarismo ambiental, el autoritarismo laboral,
El ideológico.
El
ambiental, de género también,
el sexual, el sentimental. Bueno, hay diferentes múltiples de autoritarismos que aparte nos aquejan a todos, están presentes en nuestro diario vivir, y pues desde Revista Diógenes queremos que a través de este medio de comunicación comencemos a combatir y a destruir estos autoritarismos que tanto nos aquejan.
So what the comrade said before was, for example, federal and migrational authoritarianism, where they're just taking like the people off the streets, the workers, the mothers, the children, and they're just treating them like if they were criminals and deporting them very violently, very aggressively. Also, what the comrades are saying is that besides what we have talked about and the three editions of judicial, military, and pedagogical, they have found also in environmental, talking about gender. Um, it will be also um, in ideological and also después del ideológico que habían dicho, oh, sentimental.
Sentimental también.
So what we want to do from Yohannes magazine is try to combat all this authoritarianism and destroy it. Hello.
Pero ¿cómo tú que habla eso? ¿Cómo destruimos?
Pregunta que cómo lo destruiríamos.
¿Cómo lo qué?
Destruiríamos.
O sea, aparte de combatirlo, ¿cómo lo destruiríamos?
¿Qué tú sugieres? ¿Qué está tu pensamiento atrás de eso?
¿Cuál es la ideología?
¿Cuál es la estrategia? ¿No? La articulación, la estrategia.
¿Cómo nos organizaríamos para estratégicamente hacerlo?
¿Qué tú sugieres?
Listo, pues nosotros desde Revista Diógenes también pretendemos crear redes de solidaridad internacional.
So on behalf of Magazine Johannes, we want to create international web for solidarity.
Absolutely. Amazing, exactly. We agree 100% with that, compa.
So what we have asked before is in our daily basis life, what
concordamos completamente con todo esto, compañero.
So what we have is authoritarianism in transport, in your family, federal authoritarianism, in medicine, in migration, and for example in education too, for because of money and objectives. If you have any other also environmental, sentimental, ideological, if you have any more ideas, we can add it also. Okay? Llegaron otras dos compañeras, les estaba explicando que estábamos haciendo la pregunta sobre el collage.
Okay.
Si tienen algún tipo de autoritarismo que las aqueje en su diario vivir, bienvenidas.
They want to know which kind of authoritarianism do you experiment that you want to share with everybody in the daily life. They ask which kind of authoritarianism you face every day that you want to share with everybody. They ask.
Yeah. For me, I used to work in the medical field.
Oh,
I used to work in the medical field. I used to be an EMT. And one of the reasons that I left is because it's a very sort of military structure that has a lot of like white supremacy tendencies, a lot of discrimination, a lot of teaching new generation of paramedics and EMTs to do less work for certain people than other people. So that's one reason that I left, and that I tried to bring those skills and knowledge in a decentralized way to other people.
Entonces el compañero antes trabajaba en el área médica, era de los que están en las ambulancias recibiendo los pacientes, o sea, como antes de llevarlos al hospital, y él pues veía que tanto los paramédicos como ellos eran, como la formación era muy militar, y se querían también como establecer mucho la supremacía blanca y no querer ayudar a uno por pues temas económicos o raciales más que a otros. Entonces por eso pues él se fue de ahí y ya él quiere ayudar pues a la gente del común también.
Como un autoritarismo racial o étnico también se podría.
So ethnic and racial authoritarianism.
Yeah. And also to like income level. Terms it would matter for like a lot of times it would matter if they have money.
Entonces no solamente de cierta raza, sino por lo mismo si tenía cierto acceso económico, pero nosotros ya lo tenemos En el de la universidad.
De la universidad, sí.
So we can see
Por
very
dinero
well
y no.
in the authoritarianism of university for objectives and like economics, the money that you have.
¿Cómo?
Autoritarismo asegura
Sí,
todo.
está.
Vale.
Bueno, frente a la pregunta que nos hacían de qué hacer,
¿Cómo combatirlo?
cómo combatirlo,
We starting
también,
on how to fight it and how to organize.
también Diógenes, con su publicación y con su contenido, habla sobre cómo materializar estas ideas.
So in Johannes magazine, we in our editions we also talk about how to organize these ideas and organize ourselves to actually create something structured.
Entonces, desde la soberanía alimentaria, desde el apoyo mutuo, la acción directa,
So it would be
soberanía alimentaria,
soberanía alimentaria sería no sé cómo like sovereignty in food for everybody, in meals, soberanía alimentaria,
apoyo mutuo, acción directa,
so mutual support and direct action.
todos estos orientados hacia una forma de vida alternativa a esa autoridad,
El
al
capitalismo.
capitalismo.
So all of this guided to a different way or a different alternative to live against capitalism.
Y por último, considero también que está en el trabajo individual que cada uno hace
A diario.
a diario para combatir los autoritarismos que a cada uno lo aquejan.
So another one would be the individual actions that we do every day to fight this authoritarianism in our daily life.
Listo, ya para cerrar, entonces queremos...
Si queremos hacer la invitación a quienes nos escuchan, a quienes están presentes en el PIT, de hacer parte de estas publicaciones abiertas de Diógenes. Entonces, en el PIT, bueno, si quieres traduce ahí y ya decimos lo otro.
So we want what we want to do is that for everybody that's here in place, just join us in our research and try to structure us more and guide us through what we want to do.
Y que igual hay una burocracia internacional para poder hacer.
Bueno, pues los invitamos a todos a poder adquirir la revista Diógenes ahí en el PIT.
So we invite everybody to just acquire the Diógenes magazine here at
compartir las ideas.
Pues lastimosamente no pudieron estar el día de hoy ahí en el PIT debido pues a esa múltiple burocracia y bloqueos que nos hacen estos contenidos. Fueron enviados desde Colombia, sin embargo pues hubo como un problema en la entrega, pero van a estar allá en el PIT.
So because of maybe bureaucratic system situation, they're not available right now, but they were sent from Colombia to here. They'll just be delivered here soon.
Entonces la idea es que después de que estén allá, la puedan adquirir y apoyar este proceso de autogestión también, e invitarlos a publicar, a conspirar y a quemar.
So again, we would like you to, as soon as it's here in the pit, just acquire edition, be part of publishing, conspiring, and destroying.
¡Viva la anarquía!
It's going to be sent here.
Um, the best energy to everybody, says the comrade, and let me ask that, okay? Eh, bueno, un compañero pregunta si tienen otra forma de contacto
Claro.
y
Vamos a poner
y
el
una de
link.
las compañeras pregunta si solamente van a enviar las revistas acá o va a ser a otro lugar.
Inicialmente van a ser ahí al PIT, sin embargo también van a ser enviadas a un distro en Boston.
So initially it will be here at the pit, and then later on it will be sent also to Boston.
En el chat, el link de envíos de la revista.
To the south. That's kind of
Which one we are?
Los compañeros son más del sur acá. Ellos son de Florida. Ellos dicen que también podrían ayudar a compartir.
Perfecto. Que nos regalen el contacto
Si quiere compartir,
contigo y ya después nos ponemos en contacto con ellos.
Ok, vale.
Sí, por favor, no se lo pides.
Share your contact later on, and then we'll just oral communication is normal through signal. Okay. Okay, thank you. Vale, muchas gracias, dice. Ya entonces ya nos regalan el contacto y yo se los comunico.
Dale. Y pues ya como tal, pues queremos hacerle la última invitación de publicar con nosotros en las próximas ediciones de Revista Diógenes.
So our last invitation also to publish with us on the Diógenes magazine.
Amazing. Sí, nosotros vamos a hacer eso, ¿va?
Va. Les esperamos las publicaciones.
Estamos juntos. Podemos ver a collage.
Si pueden hacerle un poquito.
Puede hacer. Guys, can you put the collage a bigger the image? Thank you. Yeah, that's good.
Listo. Entonces, como para sistematizarlo y recopilarlo, encontramos que entonces está el autoritarismo de transporte, que pasa mucho en Los Ángeles, el autoritarismo en la universidad por dinero y notas, el autoritarismo familiar, el autoritarismo médico, el autoritarismo federal, el autoritarismo migratorio y el autoritarismo racial, étnico y el autoritarismo económico.
Economic.
Yeah, absolutely.
So going from the low to the top, we have
That's the collage.
We have the economical authoritarianism, ethnical and racial and ethnic authoritarianism, the migratory authoritarianism, federal authoritarianism, medical authoritarianism, familiar authoritarianism, like in your families, friends, authoritarianism in colleges because of money and your grades, and y arriba ¿cuál era? Encimita del de la universidad.
El de transporte.
Autoritarismo de transporte.
And authoritarianism in transportation. Like some places that you have to have a car or you're just stranded on your both legs. That's what we were talking about earlier. In the college, because of your money and your grades that you have, they kick you out if you don't have it, even though you want to study. And in the medical field, we were also saying about that it's either what they tell us, and we can't access anything from the earth or nothing natural because it's not legal for them. just because they won't be getting any money. And federal is because of the migratory situation too, with ICE, that they're just treating everybody like criminals, just because they're not legally um, paperized in a imaginary world they created.
Listo. Eso sería todo, ¿no?
¿Listo? Pues con esto ya cerramos.
Cerraríamos ahí.
Gracias. Estamos juntos, ¿ah?
Vale.
Vamos a seguir conspirando.
Okay, we're gonna keep conspiring.
Ya, espera mucho. Yo me encantó la colaje. Vamos a hacer ahora siempre.
Luego se los compartimos a ustedes para que lo puedan tener en el pit también.
Yo me gustó mucho este proceso.
Thanks.
Okay, so
Thank you.
they're also after, so we can also have it here at the pit.
Hasta luego a
Bueno,
todos.
nos despedimos. Un abrazo.
Un abrazo
Saludos.
grande.
Gracias.
Bye. Thank you for
Un abrazo grande desde este territorio. Abya.
a great big hug for everybody. Thank you.
Territorio ocupado por el Estado colombiano. Goodbye.
Chao.
Chao, chao.
So this is the territory occupied by the Colombian state. Goodbye. Nos vemos.
A lot of love, mucho amor acá, mucho amor. Para vos, mucho amor. Soledad. Muy lindo todo. Muchas gracias.
Las mejores siempre.
El pequeño público.
Gracias. Beautiful.
Beautiful. Goodbye.
Bye.
So do you want next to be the
¿Qué va a dar? No, pues,
sería liberación animal?
But I need salt because my blood went down.
And now,
You amazing.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's
and we'll
my
present
first
the
time.
next workshop now.
Yeah, we have peanut butter.
Next, we'll have a 45-minute workshop titled Radical Sankova, Collective Care Lessons Rooted in Black History. Please forgive us as we adjust the schedule on the fly and deal with time constraints. Silvia Federici will no longer be able to join us this afternoon, and so we allowed Ben Moria to speak longer. We hope to have an updated schedule for everybody soon, and apologies again for that. But now we will invite Ty of Break the System Archive to speak on this topic and to introduce their work as well as the archive. And you had such a wonderful installation at the book fair yesterday. We're so happy to see it. Thank you.
So nice, so deep thank you for doing that. We don't have words to explain how you love you, and thank you for being yesterday with us. Did you like?
Yes, thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much for welcoming me today to speak on Radical Sankofa. So I have a short presentation, and I'll kind of just hop right into it. I'm Taisha Tai. I'm a liberation artist. I'm here in Connecticut, and the basis of my work is really collective care work, mutual aid. And I do a lot of archival work as well. So I recently I guess it wasn't that recent really, right? I spent the last 5 to 6 years working on a radical archive of anarchist and abolitionist protest material and ephemera. Everything from conference manuals and protest posters and signs to zines, and all directly from grassroots movements pretty much across the country. here in Turtle Island, as well as internationally as well. The archive has probably close to 1,500 different unique pieces, and it's growing every day. And you can visit the archive at www.breakthesystem.xyz. I'll start presenting. And I'll also drop the link too. Just give me 2 seconds. So the link today's workshop is on Radical Sankofa, which is collective care lessons rooted in Black history, unearthed from the archive. So over the past 5 years, after cataloging, digitizing, and then releasing parts of the archive, I have worked pretty much in the past year to look through a lot of the Black anarchist history that's in the archive. So this is the Break the System archive. You can find it at www.breakthesystem.xyz. The archive online has probably about 1/10 of it uploaded. It's a very large project. It'll probably take me another 2 years to get most of it on here. But you can go today. You can see some of the objects that have been put on there so far. So I encourage you to check it out. And in today's presentation, I have lifted archive materials that are pretty relevant. So the archive spans from probably about like 1930s, 40s, all the way up until today. And that's kind of what we'll do first. We'll take a look back. So one of the first things that I always like to talk about when I think about Black liberation and anarchist traditions is I start right at the beginning of Black Americans here on Turtle Island through our enslavement and the push for abolition. And something that often gets lost is, you know, we freed us. We revolted, we ran, we pushed back, we fought for freedom in the military, in the Civil War. There's a narrative, I think, around this idea that, you know, legislation and President Abraham Lincoln, Congress, all of these things were so critical. And yes, you know, that definitely plays a part. But when we're talking about fights for autonomy, it's important that we always remember that we freed us. Even on Sherman's March, you know, we took back land, took back our lives well before the Union Army ever came through and, you know, quote unquote, liberated plantations. So I start there to stress that our safety, our protection, our liberation is directly tied to our actions. As we move through time, you know, there are things that people might be more familiar with, the Harlem Renaissance, the Black Panther Party. I bring up the Harlem Renaissance because I teach a zine workshop, and we often talk about how zines kind of have a very early origin during the Harlem Renaissance. It's a time where we shared political information and thought. We were being pushed out of publishing, so self-publishing became the way that we kind of not only informed each other, but also expressed and shared our liberatory ideas. And once we get into the Break the System archive, there are a lot of materials that kind of really show the grassroots on the ground movements that had a lot to do with pushing for collective liberation for all of us, outside of just the Black Panther Party, which we're also familiar with, right? Or at least I assume. So the Sojourner Truth Organization is one of those organizations that's brought up a lot. We have a lot of documents in the archive. This is actually an image here from the, I'm going to actually just present this because it's bigger. This is actually an image here that is from one of the Urgent Tasks, which is a publication that was produced by the Sojourner Truth Organization. The Sojourner Truth Organization was a group of Black workers, and they were out of the Chicago area. They were in existence from like 1969 to 1985. And basically, they were founded on the focus of independent organizing of Black workers. So creating, organizing, and unions specifically geared in Black industry or workers that had a large population of Black workers. And the Sojourner Truth Organization was actually one of the first orgs that really centered race as a critical role in the formation of the American working class. So, you know, we see and hear a lot about like class solidarity and having to have a collective class consciousness. But the STO was really like one of the first orgs that were working to actually center white supremacy in its work and dismantle white supremacy. So a lot of the archival materials that we see in the Break the System archive really focus on anti-racism as a critical component to fighting back. And we see how that plays out even today with the attack on DEI and the removal of, you know, Black history from kind of our collective memory and consciousness. So this is why radical archives and independent archives are so critical. As museums and things are beginning to like close collections, shut their doors, deny access to Black artists and curators who are telling these stories. There are independent archives like the Break the System archive that are able to keep these stories alive and remind us, you know, of our history and kind of where we are in the fight. So they're kind of the first post-New Left group to emphasize production work. And this really gained a lot of following in Chicago with workers there. Urgent Task is their publication that they kind of used to spread their information. And there are a number of editions in the archive. I think we have maybe about 7. Currently, none are available on the digital website, but I am going to be uploading some later this evening. So anything that you see here today will make its way to the archive by this evening, and you'll see it. It's just a lot of information to always like dig up and find. But one of the benefits of the archive is it's not connected to an institution. So yesterday, for instance, I put up an installation, and pretty much all of this material was screen printed onto sheets and hung as part of the installation. And that's one of the benefits of being a radical archivist, is that you really do get to kind of take control of how the material is like distributed. I actually go around with the archival materials. So if you ever come to an event in person, I do them in New York, Connecticut, kind of in the New England area, but I'm willing to travel too. And you can see these archival materials firsthand. I will also say that the Freedom Archives, which you can find online, are definitely something that you can find full PDFs of a lot of the things that I mentioned today. So other organizations that we know about, or that maybe you don't know about, are Move in Philly and maybe the Free Mamiya Project, Prairie Fire Organizing Committee, which kind of came out of a self-publicated book of a group of people in 1974, I believe. And from that collective, there was a new group of kind of organizers that came about. And the bulk of their work was primarily to continue pushing for collective liberation. And they released a publication called Breakthrough. Again, you can find a lot of these publications on the Freedom Archives online, but also in the Break the System archive as well, and in person. And other groups that we'll talk about today are the New African Prisoners Organization, a group of New Africans, as they call themselves then, but basically Black Americans who worked pretty tirelessly to interconnect movement work between incarcerated people and those on the outside. And they were pretty much committed to raising an awareness of all of our people. So having more kind of class consciousness and just general consciousness about political, economic, and sociocultural forces that definitely exploit and oppress us today. I'll also touch on like the Anti-Racist Action ARA. And so I mentioned a lot of this history and these dates just to kind of put us in the timeline of like where the bulk of the archive's Black history and Black anarchist history lives, primarily during the 60s up until today, including my own work in the archive. And many other artists of today have submitted zines, protest materials, flyers, manuals, all different sorts of things. So it's a really rich resource. This is a article from Perspectives. It's from the Institute for Anarchist Studies. They released a publication called Perspectives on Anarchist Theory. This is from volume 8, number 1, and this is from Ashanti Alston. I put this here specifically just because, you know, we talk about the Black Panthers a lot, but I think we forget that outside of the militarism, there was a lot of care work that was being done. And for so many of us who are Black anarchists, our voices are often lost in the anarchist conversation at large. I think that that is a critical and crucial misstep. When I think of what is going to truly dismantle fascism in my lifetime, in our lifetime, in the lifetime of my children or grandchildren, knowing that this is generational work, I think that the lessons that we learn from Black anarchism and any sort of anarchism that's placed more in the global South and kind of pushed forward by those of the global majority really do kind of have some of the lessons that we should kind of collectively take on. So in this here, Alston is kind of speaking about how classical anarchists regarded anarchism as a body of elemental truths. And this is something I encounter a lot where, you know, I'm in a lot of circles where it's primarily white dominated, and education seems to be at the forefront of how we think or believe or even actively fight for collective liberation on any front. But the truth of it is that most people kind of have to experience things, and if they aren't able to create their own insights and provide their own critical thinking, then, you know, the lessons kind of fall short. This is more work. This is from the STO, the Sojourner Truth Organization. This is their urgent task publications. They were really concerned with global collective liberation. So outside of just talking more about Black anarchism, they were very anti-imperialist across the board. So there was a lot of solidarity with movements in Puerto Rico at the time as well, South Africa. And so you'll see a lot of that kind of in the archive if you ever go through it. And this is just more archival footage. This is Fighting Words from the ARA, the Anti-Racist Action. Anti-Racist Action is actually the precursor group to the modern Antifa. So there's actually a ton of articles from Anti-Racist Action, which is more of a Midwest group that expanded outwards to the West Coast and kind of the coastal areas in general. So think more like Minneapolis, Chicago area, then moving towards like Portland, Oakland in California, or Portland and then Oakland in California. And this article kind of just talks more about like the movement in Philadelphia and kind of what was happening with the attacks on the community. If you're not familiar with Move was basically an organization in Philadelphia, there's a massive bombing that took place. The government basically bombed this community that was kind of practicing anarcho beliefs and was really and truly finding a way to take care of each other outside of the systemic and carceral oppression that we face today. And because of that action, the community was bombed. Move is still in existence. I want to stress this, even though a lot of these groups, some may not exist in the way that they originally started, many certainly came about, or many certainly do still have a presence today. Like even the Black Panthers have the new Black Panthers. A lot of groups have shifted more towards like kind of nonprofit infrastructure, but it doesn't change their origins, and it really doesn't necessarily change a lot of the ways that Black communities in general are fighting back. And that brings us to kind of the general topic for today, which is collective care. So in addition to being an archivist, I founded a mutual aid network in my state, and we're located across the state and beyond, really. And something that I kind of found my belief system on, and through going through a lot of the work in the archive that I've seen, collective care really is the work. So when we think about like fighting back, there's this militaristic component that is critical. And in addition to that, there need be social nets, safety nets, all of the things that that reformists are kind of actively always pushing for. You know, we kind of take these things into our own hands because we've always been denied them. And by we, I mean Black Americans. So you'll hear me speak a lot talking to us. And it's an Afrocentric point of view. I speak to Black Americans primarily, first and foremost. I'm Black and Puerto Rican myself, and a lot of my work is centered around dismantling white supremacy as the key and critical core component to liberation work. If you are not working to dismantle white supremacy, either within yourself, within your organizing groups, within your family units or friend units, in the wider, social consciousness, we're really struggling to do that. And at its core, white supremacy really favors, alongside capitalism and individualism, or a nuclear family model, and collective care is in direct, opposition to that. So collective care really is the work. That is organizing. That is kind of the critical component that I think a lot of organizing groups miss. We spend a lot of time teaching and talking about theory, and that is critical. And at the same time, we'll sit in meetings all day and we'll talk about all of these things that need happen. We'll create plans and campaigns, and then people go home and they live in destitute poverty. They live in abusive situations. So our care network, Free for All, is centered around mutual aid, peer support, education, self-care, and we kind of prioritize this idea of protection over safety, right? Safety feels something that kind of keeps people in their comfort zone. That's coming out of the conversations we've had as a group, whereas protection is something that is so critical to our movement. It helps us prevent sabotage. It helps us keep a lookout for people who are trying to infiltrate the group, state intervention that actively, works to split groups up, like COINTELPRO with the Black Panthers. So our care network provides free stores and mutual aid, which is kind of, I think, pretty traditional anarchist care. We also provide mental health peer support with support groups, one-to-one peer support. You can meet in person, you can meet online. We prefer in person. We really do believe that in-person work is so critical to the movement at this point. And this is all kind of founded on these ideas that I really did pick up learning through the Break the System archive and going through and looking at these source materials. Like Chokwe Lumumba said, once Black people decide we will not be controlled by the USA, that we will be free and independent, they cannot stop us. In many ways, I do really feel that collective liberation is at our fingertips if only we just grab onto it by grabbing onto each other. We do teach-ins, we have workshops, skill shares, all of these things that are so critical to keeping people not only informed, but connected. More and more, we've been moving into self-care, including pleasure workshops, platonic touch, free hugs. We do free hugs at some of our outdoor workshops in the summer because people are so touch starved. I think we get into organizing work and it can get very reason-based. We want everything to be based in fact, in theory, and process, and that is so important. But at the same time, so many people really think with their feelings, if that makes sense. How they feel about a situation truly is what they'll think about a situation. How you make people feel is so critical to how they interact with and connect with your movement work. And so a lot of our work is centered around truly making people feel a sense of belonging, build community, right? And we don't necessarily build communities. Communities exist. Black and brown, queer people, disabled people, we've been taking care of each other for a long time. That's how we got here. That's how we've been able to survive all of the oppression. And at the same time, we can't just do it by sitting in comfort. We do have to push ourselves a bit, and we do have to be willing to put ourselves out there to protect each other, not just put that on a certain group of people or one person in a group. So this is an archival piece. It's called Beyond Racism. It's actually a master's thesis that was self-published. It is incredible, honestly. And there's a copy of this available online. I also have a digital copy. Most of these things I can send you copies of if you're like super interested. I highly recommend reading them. But I included this here because one of the things that is talked about here is kind of this idea of the relationship between formerly enslaved Black Americans and the development of capitalism, and essentially how enslavement has led to extreme low-wage labor work and wage slavery for Black Americans in particular. I think that this is so important because when we think about moving beyond racism, right? Like that's so critical to what we're talking about here. We have to start the origins of this. And for instance, Horn in this thesis of here, he presents this idea that Black Americans are actually a colonized people within the United States, within Turtle Island here, and that our collective fight for liberation is just as critical as that of Palestinians, as that of Puerto Ricans, you know? It's a complex relationship because we are here in the imperial core, but at the same time, I think here in the United States in particular, it is our active duty to encourage people to fight for our liberation. We are the ones that get shot down in the street. We are the ones that are systemically denied access to resources, to the land. And I think so much of that is critical to why movements kind of fizzle here in the US. Infighting is something that comes up a lot in many documented archive materials within Break the System. People tell and have full accounts of, you know, we could not get over the racism. We could not get over the predatory culture, the rape culture, the misogyny, the ableism. I just released a zine called Why My Black Ass Left the IWW, and I sold it yesterday at the fair. And it was my most popular zine of the day. And almost everyone who touched it was somebody of a marginalized background who was like, yes, this is something I've experienced in these kind of primarily white movements where my voice continues to be decentered over and over and over again. And I think that that is part of this larger conversation of the exploitation of Black labor, not only within the wider context of capitalism, but even within our own movement work. Like, I constantly and consistently get into interactions with people where I have to be like, hey, you're extracting labor from us here and you're not really pouring back into this. And it's so easy to dehumanize Black people because it's kind of our history and it's what we do. And if we are ever to collectively change and move past that, we have to address this. And part of that is acknowledging the history that does exist, acknowledging the trajectory of what brought us here as Black Americans to facing this type of oppression. So how do we take care of us, right? Everyone always says, we take care of us, we take care of us. That's lifted from Black feminist circles, but how? So I call it we have to create liberation ecosystems. This is something I kind of call it. And it means investing time, energy, labor, and yes, money into our community. It is a difficult process and you cannot do this alone. You have to be able to say, yes, I am going to take care of my neighbor's kids. Yes, I'm tired, but someone is reaching out to me in crisis and I will take care of them. Yes, I am going to put some of my money towards actual liberation. You know, I cannot count the number of times I've sat in an organizing meeting with a primarily all-white group and the conversation is, but how are we going to do that? But how are we going to do that? How are we going to raise the money? And I'm like sitting here and I can tell that everybody here is college educated, has parents that lovingly provide access to food and shelter for them. They have jobs that they can provide a little something. I'm not saying we're all rich. I'm saying there's access to resources and we don't have that same access. And yet the people who are often doing the most, giving the most and expected to give the most tend to be Black, brown, disabled, queer. And it's so interesting. Even yesterday at the fair, you know, someone's walking around and he says, I'm making $20,000 a year, but I'm buying something from every table because people deserve to be paid for their work. That mindset and that mentality comes from those who have faced their whole life lack. And it is frustrating to consistently be in groups that, you know, kind of put more pressure on it, add more to your plate, in addition to, you know, coming here and learning and being in support. Suddenly, you know, you're being asked to do all of these extra tasks and organizing turns into this job rather than this community space. So the liberation ecosystems is a way around that. Create barter systems. Feed your organizers. I cannot stress this enough. Like, you go to these groups and people come and you want them to learn, but you're not feeding them. They're hungry. They can't learn like this. People are here, but their mind is elsewhere. They're stressed about the fact that they're, you know, about to be unhoused or poor. you have to take care of organizers. It can't just be organizers running off vibes and like good times and the hope for a win, because the truth is, collective liberation and the movement towards fighting for it is strenuous work. It takes a lot of resources, and honestly, it's pretty fucking thankless. Nobody is just jumping in on board. You know, you have a wider populace that is basically apathetic and really doesn't necessarily even want to wake up to it. And it makes it difficult. So centering the vulnerable, kids, kids. So many times I'm talking to anarchists, and so many of them have this mentality where they don't even think of children. And that is not something I experience in Black community at all, certainly not Black feminist circles. If you can see here, the articles that have been lifted here from the archive, for instance, you know, they're talking specifically about issues that face Black community. This is our community that we're talking about, our experiences, you know, growing up in the ghetto under a poverty situation, being forced into a life of crime because of your socioeconomic statuses, recognizing that dope is something that's being pushed into our communities back then, right? And even currently now, we're still having these ideas of drugs being forced into our communities, which keeps crime high, but it's all outside interference. This isn't necessarily something that comes, you know, organically from Black communities. And there is often this like narrative that Black communities are apathetic to our own suffering, and that's just absolutely ridiculous. People have been on the front lines fighting, protesting, sitting in, you know, pushing back all these years. It's never stopped. Even when they said, oh, civil rights movement passed and it's done, it never stopped, you know, through the 80s and the 90s. And, you know, we've endured stereotypes that have pushed us to the fringe of even being able to get access to some of these resources that honestly should just be passed out to us, because everyone should have access to food and water and shelter. But at the same time, it's almost like there's always this narrative in these groups that like, how do we get more Black people involved, because they don't seem to care. And I'm like, that's so ridiculous. We do care. In fact, there's probably a Black group of people organizing right now that have nothing to do with, you know, this very like white group. And the fact that you don't even recognize that, like, you know, you're not the center of the world kind of really, I think, holds us collectively back as a people to be able to fight against the forces that are against us. The most vulnerable, the earth. People are often talking about interpersonal and even kind of wider community conflict, but we never talk about that deep, deep, deep colonial wound that separates us from the earth and how it kind of shows up interpersonally. So what do we need? How do we assess these things? In Black feminist circles, you know, we're very direct. You talk to people, you reach out to people. Through the archive, you see like people write poetry. They talk specifically about their lived experiences. Zines. This is from a magazine, a self-published magazine. I believe it's from the New African political organization, the New Prisoners Organization. And they are specifically talking about issues that affect us: high blood pressure, malnutrition. These are things that are really, really important to get out there. You have to talk to the issues that people are experiencing in their day-to-day lives. You can't just go off of like, oh, there is this conflict happening here, or there's a war here, or there is a genocide here, and not be able to tie it back to how people are experiencing their oppression at home. Particularly here, you know, in the imperial core, we are pushing against that individualist mindset at all times. It's easy to say we're collective just because there's a group of us, but community is not clique. You know, we can't just come in and be like, hey, it's all good. So we're together now. You know, you have to constantly assess. You have to constantly check in with people. How's your rent doing? Are you able to stay on top of rent? Are you looking for new work? Help each other, work together, communicate. So often people have problems and they retreat from community spaces, and then they only come back if the problem gets solved. This is how we lose so many people, because the day-to-day grind of capitalism drags them away from this organizing work. And so we're always fighting against poverty. And that is such a large, large social problem to kind of gather around and try and like solve, when in actuality, we already have a solution to this, and we've survived through this through generations at this point. And that's kind of what I'm hoping that people are able to lift from the archive, is that there are examples, there are things that have worked, there are things that have failed, and we can learn from that. So from this is notes from a New African POW journal. So the New African Prisoners Organization released 8 different publications. This is from book 3. Unity at all costs is what they're talking about here, and basically trying to maintain a good getting along, all unity, no struggle type of form. And when we embark upon like unity at all costs, you kind of end up in sort of like this like opportunist liberal path. So it basically is like, we want to keep the vibes right because that's kind of what keeps people here, except that we're never diving in deep to why people are here. And it creates this fake sense of community. If I'm being honest, and through my own research in power dynamics and workplaces and my own lived experience, it falls right in line with that like respectability and civility culture, which is white supremacy at its core. Just because everyone's showing up, you know, being like, oh, it's good, I'm so happy we're here, it's so friendly, it doesn't mean that people are feeling good about themselves. It doesn't mean that people are feeling good about the way your organization or your collective is moving together. In many ways, the urgency of trying to push back often creates this strange like timelessness where no one actually checks in where people are on a regular basis. And this article is from, I believe, 1979-ish. And a lot of the issues that we face today in organizing were faced then. And the fact that we continuously keep trying to reinvent the wheel, and we continuously keep trying to like push these ideas that we know don't necessarily move the needle, so to speak, for a turn of phrase that I actually hate, but I feel like a lot of like Italian white anarchists always throw my way. But yes, we have to move away from this idea of like unity at all costs, getting along at all costs. You need conflict in your spaces. You need to find ways to address that conflict in a way that matters, that doesn't deteriorate the entire group. Free for all. So this is our mutual aid network, and we practice anti-carceral mutual aid. And free for all kind of stemmed out of a lot of things. My own research with the archive, a really crappy workplace experience where like I was totally taken advantage of and discriminated against, and a wider need that I saw amongst workers that were coming to our peer support group for material care. So free for all is a concept that I kind of started playing around with back in 2017. I was unhoused at the time. I was living with my former partner who was definitely abusing me financially, physically, emotionally. And I ended up losing my housing from that. And the one thing that kind of kept me afloat was actually Black and queer community. And that support wasn't consistent. It looked like $10 here to help you out. Oh, you know, someone punched you in the face and you lost your front teeth. I will pay for your dentures. Here's the $200 to pay for your denture. You know, like, oh, you are struggling. You have no food. Here's food for a week. Even though that person, these people, like I'm bringing up scenarios in my life, I don't even talk to these people anymore, but they cared enough about me and they cared enough about my life to keep me afloat. And that's kind of where free for all is. Free for all is anti-racist, abolitionist, anti-capitalist. You cannot be doing any sort of anti-imperial work if your work is not based in anti-capitalism. You are not anti-racist if you are not anti-capitalist. And you know, you can fight me on that. I'll always take it to the streets on that. We're cooperative and we're reciprocal. So it's a give what you can, take all you need. We work from abundance. So I really don't care if someone comes and takes everything, truly, clear the table. One of the easiest and best ways to kind of create, you know, real bonds and unity is to start pushing away some of that scarcity mindset. And also to push people away from that consumerism, right? Consumerism is the teat that we all suck on, keeping us, you know, connected and tied to capitalism. And the more you're able to create these free spaces where people can come and go, congregate as they please, it's led to some really fruitful organizing for us. It also means that we build outside the carceral system. So for instance, this is one of our first distros out, and police kind of showed up and asked us to leave. Funny enough, they asked us to leave like super after we had pretty much given out everything. So a lot of folks get nervous about like taking action and like getting themselves out there. And truthfully, like getting yourself out there is like the biggest and best thing you can do, because so often the state and the carceral systems that exist are so slow to respond. You can beat them to it. Free for all moves around. So we do have a few free stores that are kind of in stationary places, but the concept itself is based off of mobile mutual aid, meeting people where they are and consistently moving. One thing that I've learned over the years is that if you start to hold on to a space and you treasure it, it becomes a place that is easy to attack, easy to infiltrate. So for instance, we host a free store at a free bookstore in town, with the collective of people that, you know, are communists, and they kind of run a free bookstore. And we've already had white supremacists come and try and attack that bookstore. Next up, you'll have police officers coming and being, you know, citing random things about why we can't meet here. Oh, you're serving food, but you don't have any food handler's permit. Or, oh, you're over code for the fire department. And they use these little tactics to break you up. So in my mind, the easiest way to circumvent that is to just keep moving around. And in many ways, it's turned into this reconnection with the land, because we're often outside, we're at parks, we're inviting people to come and enjoy green space. And it's really kind of changed fundamentally how we bond with each other. This is care work. First and foremost, we're taking care of each other. And we take care of each other well before we turn our attention to fighting the state. And I think that is kind of the defining difference between what we're doing here and other groups in our area. I won't name them, but they tend to be more focused on the issue, right? What we're fighting. And in Black liberation circles, and particularly Black feminist groups, you know, I don't want to define myself by my oppression. I want to define myself by the world I imagine to exist without carceral systems, without prisons, without capitalist chokehold. And so taking care work into our hands is the critical step that says not only that we're creating outside of carceral systems, but actually providing care for each other that gives people the strength to continue on in this fight. We have organizers that have been with us for, you know, a number of years now. I've watched organizers go from being completely unhoused to now they're living on their own, and trying to move in with other organizers and helping each other out. We send food to each other across the network. We talk to each other about our problems, personal and political, right? There is no space that separates us. And because of that, I do think that even though we have conflict, even though we don't always get along, we might not even always be friends. There is a respect and a belonging that people have here that I think is so important to sustaining our movements. And that's pretty much it. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I want to give a little bit of space for any sort of questions that might come in or anything like that. I'm wrapping up pretty much on time, so thank you for having us. And yeah, open up for any questions.
Thank you, amazing. Thank you for your collaboration, incredible. Really appreciate. We are together. Look, guys, we have people have questions, have comments, you know. Want to talk here, we open, look.
We had one comment online that is sending a lot of thanks to you. There it is, actually, on the screen now.
Yeah, a lot of thanks, a lot of love.
A huge breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
And I think we can feel the same in here. But if I suppose, yeah, just the question below, if there's some way to follow up with both Break the System Archive and the Mutual Aid Distro.
Yeah, so I can drop in the chat information for our mutual aid distro. You can find it at ctgrapevine.com under our mutual aid section. So the mutual aid was born out of a workplace reporting site. So you can basically share your workplace experience and then also get some support for yourself. And then with us, the more you show up is kind of our general rule. The more we see you, the more you show up, the more we trust you, the deeper you're invited. So you can always follow us there. If you go to the bottom of that page and sign up, you can get information about that. You can always go to Break the System Archive, which is at www.breakthesystem.xyz. I shared it earlier. I'll share it one more time. That is the archive where you can read through a lot of the information that I shared in the slides. I'm happy to even share these slides with people, spread them far and wide. Again, if you have a space and you would like to see the archive in person, I come to you in person. We're always happy to share this information. I think it's critical. Grassroots movements are not archived. They're not institutional. You go to these exhibits, they're not there. Our history lives with us. It's oral and it lives in our closets. Like the archive lives in my closet. I archive the entire thing in my closet, you know? So like this is kind of how we keep in touch with each other. If you go to breakthesystem.xyz, go to the bottom, you can put your email in, you'll be added to that email list as well. We are not on social media. You can follow CT Grapevine on social media. It's on Instagram. It's not very active.
Yeah, like us, we are not really like yeah.
But it's a good way to follow if you know you're on socials. But go to the websites. That's really where the meat of this is. And if you're ever in Connecticut, come meet us in person. We also host
Oh,
our
for sure.
virtual workshops, so you can
Okay,
always join us there too.
absolutely. Thank you again. Super, super,
Thank
super.
you.
Thank you.
Thank
With
you.
our heart. Everybody like yeah.
Do you have any more comments or questions from anyone in the audience?
No, I think everybody's correct.
Cool. I'll just drop my email in. You can always send me an email too if you want to speak interpersonally.
Absolutely.
breakthesystemarchive@gmail.com. And you know, I'll get to you when I can. I don't promise, but I always get back to everybody.
Thank you so much for the talk, and I hope we can continue our collaborations into the future.
Thank you.
Yeah, as somebody who does archival work too, it was really powerful to hear your approach to it through Break the System. And so thank you again. Up next, we'll have the poet Tango reading from San Francisco, joining us for how many years now?
Oh, my many years. We love Tongo, you know. Ah, Tongo! Hey! That is the little one, Tongo.
What's going on?
The little one, your baby.
Oh, man. She sleep right now. She sleep.
Welcome back, Tongo, and 19 New York City Anarchist Book Fair. Again, it's amazing to have you again with us, and we are here to hear your incredible poetry.
Man, much love. Always good to be with y'all. You know, these capitalists eat until the world is blurry to them. These streets are made of saliva. There's some people made of saliva too. They usually got on uniforms. While a crazy man spins round and round trying to make a record out of this mass production jungle, maybe I'll join him. Count, cash, and cry. These streets are made of saliva, and white sheets are worn by a building in which kids are supposed to learn how to read well. White sheets on the highway too. Another mirror needs their head on a pike. One down is just one down. But you tell all this to the masses and your teacher will pipeline you. They told me I was jewelry. They told me this is jungle. Maybe not jungle, more like 50 machine guns planted in the ground. It's raining faces again in California. What does this say about heaven? What does it say about the people you killed? Waiting lines got so exhausted. A million minds dropped all these faces at once. If the fascists can read the lips of a giant talking in his sleep, we might as well make our demands in prison letters. Today was born the most important trigger finger in the world. Today I begun counting down the pages between now and a pile of books by a tunnel. Chicago is going to walk out of Chicago one day. Babies that drag street signs like old toys. Today the most important letter left prison. Babies that laugh at flags like faces that have disappeared. Maybe I'll join them, but for now these streets are made of saliva. And we raise half full glasses to the basements that meant nothing. And the working poor who live there, we get shot. We get white sheets on California, where the kitchen table likes to talk as much as the walls, and romance on the porch consists of hard residing. I mean, this picture characters talk spit and know that they're hard to kill. The kitchen table knows this. The porch is almost convinced that one down is just one down. This town is coming to town. A circus watching itself, half distracted, half suicidal, thrilled children dressed as cops, thrilled children, preaching and policing and intaking and hiring and snatching your money. This town's coming to town with tough trademarks to follow. Today, I watch capitalism walk on water and people play dead so that they could be part of a miracle. Guided by teeth goes this so-called country. There's a cow's mouth on the flag. A peculiar notepad holds street life dear, but the writer is not here. He's somewhere talking to tombstones about the good old days, or splashing reborn water on his latest face, or wondering how his old gun is doing in the afterlife, wondering how much death trap is in those gas stations now. It's got to be $1 million a day on this concrete island, new engine in the moon, why it never goes down. I mean, 72 straight hours of night, at least according to everyone's posture around here. 8:30 in the morning is really 30 minutes of closing. The city shuts down for a sleepy rat race. Elevator shoe shuffle to the nearest heaven. Laugh will rest the whole way up. I mean, it's scabs everywhere. In puddles of city and concentrated schools and TV lit warm rooms, the light reveals military fatigue when it hits just right on the ties of the wrapped around the necks of lazy white guys. Empire is too easy, baby. Chant at the walls all summer if you feel like it. Let's wait for a target to move and shooting back. Running for a tree line made of freeways. Wisdom says against a war machine on Tuesday, you stand no chance, but may we be the last poor people to play it safe. Cow's mouth on a flag. A politician raises his hand, and the crowd shows their teeth. An oligarch raises his hand, little kids are not safe outside. We all hide, depressed, and comrades and function. 15 minutes of closing and the city has survived another black rebellion. We just paying dues by trash fires, not just anybody can set. Hey, don't you love how deadly things whisper in a moment and people kill like feathers fall? Everybody screaming inside. The writer knows that death is not a matter of dignity rather than humor. In the house, it smells like roach races, nuclear percentages on torn cells. I mean, here life never was. Just lazy matches and manic inhumanity, hands rushing away from life towards stars. What are we doing here? Surviving for no reason in particular. Because nobody gone far today. Nobody will go far tomorrow. Trust me, hell and heaven cannot count. Strange gardens where second-hand clothes play, and concrete wishes to be human so that it could be accountable, where they find you drenched, and drains wish to be human so that they could be worthy arms for you to die in. They greet them all, grandson. Prepare for the day when every child is kind, but don't say we ghosts didn't write you a poem. Don't say we didn't dig your life. Remember the shotgun by the coat rack that everybody in the house knows how to use. Remember the tightrope made of needles for walking in between driveways and man-made beds. Go ahead, grandson, tune this shit again. Never mind, this country kills musicians first. Broken neck night, scar neck life. If these walls could write lyrics, they say, what's your angle, angel eyes? 30 to 50 rounds pass by on a street with no daughters. This street has no sons, just young prisoners of war in a racist city that means to make capital. And we know so much. We know it all. We were stood against walls. Who's on the third cross around here? Cow's mouth. Salivating over the street. And that is the story of why we aim at teeth. You know, first I should have apologized to the souls of the house because I'm wearing the cheekbones of the mask only, like a pill bottle whose name is yours name tagged on the side of a factory of wrist. I mean, teeth of the mask now, back of the head of the mask now. A new phase of anti-anthropomorphism fending for real faces, stuck with one of those cultures that believes I chose this family. I'm not creative, just the silliest of the revolutionaries. My blood drying on my only jacket, the police state psychic middleman evangelizing for the creation of an unmasses, an unmedgar. Blood of a lamb less racialized, an awesome prison sentence. Right angle made between a point on the Louisiana plantation and a 5-year-old's rubber ball 3 feet high and falling like a deportee plane to complete my interpretation of garden variety genocide. I'm small talk about loving your enemies a little more realistically, about paper tigers and also gold. I need my left hand back, broke my neck on a piano key, found paradise in a fist fight. Maybe I should check into the Cuba line, watching the universe last metronome, some called Black Jacobins. Hey, just wait. These religions will start resigning in a decade or two, some colorfully, some transactionally. In a cotton gothic society, class betrayal, gone glasses. I mean, ironically, my window started fogging over too as I was trying to figure out which Haiti get me through the winter, which poem houses souls, which socialist breakthroughs like taking 10 steps back and finally trying to stand. It's like introducing Gabriel Prosser to the loneliest monk. I mean, I remember childhood. Remember the word childhood being a beginning. Scribbling on an amazing grace, I rendered this body from some circumference of slavery. Remember being kicked out the Midwest, strange food theater, lithium in circuses, like-minded stomachs, the ruling class blessing their blank checks with levy foam, with opioid tea, sentient dollar bills yelling to each other, pocket to pocket, cellar stands in the precinct for accompanying counter-revolutionaries. My mother raised me with a simple pain. A poet loses his mind, like the room has weather, or first girlfriend gravity. I mean, the difference between me and you, the madness wants me forever. A pair of apartments defining both my family and political composure. Books behind my back, bail money paved into the streets playing euphoria, euphoria cliche. Bracing for the medicine's recoil, sharing a dirty daily sounds with my friends, black Jacobins, underground topography of a grandmother's hands, psychology of the mask now. Teeth of the mask again. I go to the railroad tracks and follow them to the station of my enemies. A cobalt-toothed man pitches pennies at my mugshot negative all over the United States. There are toddlers in the rock. I see why everyone out here got in the big cosmic basket and why blood agreements mean a lot and why I get shot back at. I understand the psycho-spiritual refusal to write white history and take the glass freeway. White skin tattooed on my right forearm, ricochet sewage near where I collapsed into a rat-infested manhood, my new existence as living graffiti. In a kitchen with a lot of gun cylinders to hack up. House of God in part, no cops in part. My body brings down the Christmas. The new bullets, pray over blankets made from the old bullets. Pray over the 28th hour's next beauty mark. Extrajudicial Confederate statue restoration. The waistband before the next protest poster. Hey, by the way, time is not an illusion, Your Honor. I will save your death for last. You are witty, Your Honor. You're moving money again, Your Honor. It's only raining one thing. Non-white cops and prison guard shadows reminded me of spoiled milk floating on an oil spill, a neighborhood making a lot of fuss over its demise, a new lake for a Black Panther party. Malcolm X's ballroom jacket slung over my son's shoulder, the figment of village, a new noose to a new white preacher, all in an abstract painting of a president, bought slavers some time, didn't it? The tanted screeches of military boats and election Tuesday cars, a cold-blooded study in leg irons, proof that some white people have actually fondled nooses. That sundown couples made their vows of love over opaque piece plastic and Bodaks and audiences. I mean, the Medgar Evers second is definitely my favorite law of science. Fondle news clippings and primitive Methodists, my arm changes imperialisms. Simple policing versus structural frenzies. Elementary school script versus even wider white spectrums. Artless bleeding and the challenge of watching civilians think. Terrible rituals they have around the corner. They let their elders beg for public mercy. I'm going to go ahead and sharpen these kids' heads and their arrows myself and see how much gravy spills out of family crests. Modern fans of war with their T-shirt poems and T-shirt guilt and me having on the cheapest pair of shoes on the bus, I have no choice but to read the city walls for signs of my life. These little societies, they wander together like hopeful drops of a virus. Citizen testaments bent on offering me a nation of breadwinners to hold me back. Like it's a Brinks, I wrinkle the concrete, sometimes like flesh. My Martin Luther King permanence, turned away from a podium into the reeds like God is a dangerous twin. Malcolm, look, they steal you from the earth itself and suspend you in your broken neck from their foolish euphoria, from the loyalty oath of their gray superstition, loyalty oath of their agrarian reform. I return to my mother completely disrespected. For peeling the heat off of purgatory, they kill poets like me. Walk me away from my poems, never to be heard from again. In this final industrial complex, or bloodlines picked over, picked through, a sport in spiritual death, or your devil, at least half made, police become a pretty word. I'm reading a lynch mob shoestrings like they were tea leaves, teaching you how to write about cities. It's the 25th century in the mirror, people. Tyranny against your chump change. You're a chump to be mocked, even with a gun in your car. A cubit of needlework spelled tune for the proletariat at the relapse ministry. Talented people curled up in a fetal position next to a diamond dime. Just another service day in the theatrics of tea-house fascism and a bouquet of surveillance cameras in the poverty of God. New blue eyes, corpses of water, a newly potted presidency, a one big shiny coin if you ask animated capitalism and other non-literal voids. Killing is white freedom, the deification of hyphens, medicine bread and picture shows, great protests in LA, guess of our ink, drop kicking rose in the graveyard, DC mink like a stone, torn in half, the pen advances, despite CIA guidepost despite non-African past and futures, a metaphorical but not surreal day in the horn-ridden life. Horn player, improvising king. Like a radio prize fight featuring Shango himself, a real hand sweeps the land of racism. May I return to the ground? May I make progress with the gun? On our mother Emmanuel, they put on music that evening. A swinging type body language for you to drink with fermented $5 bills. For your body language, some applause. My past stomach line ain't neither a good thing nor a bad thing, like being psychic on the way to a lethal injection. It'll sit you down with Lady Day. Lady Day leading you through surrender their souls to Africa too soon. Potty thought floating in the cup of water, she saved me. Accessing my stomach. Accessing the love of the American lynched. Coast leaves wooden avalanche into the wrist. Our mother Emmanuel. Avalanche into the sharp keys. Pain. Or the deal you make with pain. A piano makes sense for them. Laying hands on the world gradually. Addressing the bending necks on the streets of the north. Traveler sailing in pain. Repeating pain in the north. 10 trigger fingers on that piano if harmony would have me. Putting 100 fights on every direction offered her. Lady Day. Leaning on trees again, recruiting the countryside itself, saying, lay your planet on this lightning, make your poems a corner pocket of men. I've greeted the blues itself. America may clean my dead body, but will never include me. There goes the poet, killing without killing. Never mind, this little painting of your language now be a meaningful lynching. A crow's passing, good and dead by the afternoon. A tour guide through your robbery, they also are. Cigarette saying, look what I did about your silence. Ransom water and box spring gold. This decade is only for accent grooming, I guess. Ransom water and box spring gold. The corner store must die. War games, I guess. All these tongues rummage junk. The start of mass destruction begins and ends in restaurant bathrooms that some people use and other people clean. Are you telling me there's a rag in the sky? Waiting for you, yes. We've written a scene. We set a stage. We should have fit in. Warehouse jobs for communists, but now more a corridor and hallway have walked into our lives. Now the whistling is less playful and the barbed wire overcrowded too. My dear, if it is not a city, it is a prison. If it has a prison, it is a prison, not a city. And its children are charming and brilliant before they are murdered. And God dies there too, running among them. Every poet belongs in Gaza. I'll leave it there, y'all. Much love.
Oh, wow, Tongo.
Wow.
Tongo. Whoa.
Wow.
Super. Thank you for machine gun poetry, like always, Tongo. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
You're just incredible. You're like, we love you. Love, Tongo.
Much love, y'all. Everybody be safe. You know what I mean? Keep take care of each other, man, and back to the, back to work.
Yeah. Love you, Michael. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. It was amazing. Thank you.
Right on. Much love, y'all.
Much
love.
love.
Solidarity. All right now.
Together.
Yeah.
He's saying that is really good. Not me. É Colômbia, né?
And now from Colombia, no one is here. Okay. We will take a couple minutes and be back soon with the collective from Colombia, creating work around internationalist vegan issues and so on. Thank you.
shara shara ki ha shara shara ki ha shara shara ki ha shara shara ki ha shara shara ki one koe shara ki ha shara shara ki one koe shara ki ha shara shara ki ha shara shara ki nishi 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 shara shara ki shara shara ki ha shara shara ki shara shara ki ha shara shara ki ha shara shara ki shina shara kana ya bo shara bo ha shara kana ya bo shara bo kana ya bo shara bo Tanaya ha oe maku we tanaya ha oe aku one pa kana ya kana sharama one pa kana ya kana sharama Sharama Sankara Gatanai Sankara Gashara Sankara Gatanai Sankara Gashara Kana 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 Yai
Okay, welcome back. We're just about to join a collective from Colombia, Acción y Liberación. And so please welcome. Let us know, can you hear us from over here?
Buenas tardes. Primero que todo, como que nos disculpamos por los inconvenientes en la conexión. Nosotros queríamos empezar como dando como unos agradecimientos y un saludo a las compañeras que coordinan la Feria Anarquista del Libro de Nueva York y pues agradecer estos espacios también de carácter internacionalista.
Good afternoon. They want first, they're sorry because of the inconvenience with connectivity, and second of all, thank first, I guess everybody for being here, and second, and second of all, the people that help organize the Anarchist Book Fair. To the people that help organize the Anarchist Book Fair and the and to help connect and internationalize um, all the all the publishing.
Mm, les pido un segundo, qué pena. Eh, listo. Bueno, de nuevo agradecer a las compas de Nueva York por el espacio. Queríamos empezar la presentación de este fanzine y librillo con la introducción del mismo, que dice así: esta revista contiene una colección de textos veganos aportados por anarconihilistas de todo el mundo, después de mantener conversaciones sobre el nihilismo, anarquía, antiespecismo y veganismo. Todas las autoras de estos textos hemos decidido recopilar nuestros escritos en un fanzine multilingüe, no solo como expresión de solidaridad global, sino también como una forma de hacer accesibles al mundo las ideas anarquistas, antiespecistas. Estas palabras escritas con el rechazo a ser silenciadas por las leyes y los muros de las prisiones representan un fuego salvaje que arde a través de las fronteras hacia cada ciudad. ¡Viva la liberación total! Eso es un poco como de la introducción del fanzine, a modo como de aclaración y dejar claro como la perspectiva de todas las compañeras que participamos en este texto.
Okay. So this journal contains within a collection of vegan texts contributed by anarcho-nihilists from across the globe. After having conversations about nihilism, um, anti-anarchy, anti-civ anarchy, and veganism, we, the authors of these texts, have all decided to compile our writing into multi-language, designed not only as an expression of global solidarity, but also as a way to make speciesist anarchist ideas accessible to the world. These words, written with the refusal to be silenced by laws and prison walls, represent a wildfire that burns through borders towards every city. Long live total liberation.
Como segunda parte del lanzamiento de este fanzine, aparte de la introducción, queríamos dejar unas palabras de un poco de lo que fue construir este fanzine de carácter internacional. Este sign es el fruto de conversaciones, comunicación, acercamientos y discusiones entre comrades o compañeras de Chile, Bolivia, México, Colombia y las compañeras de Warzone de USA, que concluyó con la idea de hacer un fanzine en el que pudiéramos plasmar nuestras perspectivas de lucha por la liberación animal y la liberación total, desde enfoques como el nihilismo, el antiespecismo y el anarquismo, como crítica al veganismo dogmático, despolitizado, legalista, consumista y procapitalista, y por último como una forma de posicionar un veganismo que propenda por la acción directa, el ataque a la dominación y al poder, la autonomía, la liberación y la solidaridad.
Besides the introduction, we want to also share some of the characteristics that are involved in this zine. So this zine is a result of conversations, communication and approaches, and discussions between comrades from Chile, Bolivia, Mexico, Colombia, and USA that concluded with the idea of a zine in which we could express our perspectives that uh, the perspectives of the struggle for animal and total liberation from approaches such as nihilism, anti-speciesism, anarchism, as a critic of dogmatic, depoliticized, legalistic, and pro-capitalist veganism. And finally, as a way to position a veganism that advocates direct action, the act on domination and power, autonomy, liberation, and solidarity.
Em, Compañera, te agradecería si me ayudas con esta pequeña traducción. Por último, queremos leer un artículo y un extracto. El primer artículo es de Mónica Caballero, una presa anarco-vegana de Chile, que está en prisión por cuestiones relacionadas por la lucha anarquista. Su caso es un poco conocido como a nivel internacional. Y segundo, vamos a leer un extracto de un artículo de un colectivo anarco-vegano en Chile. Y ya con estos artículos finalizamos con el lanzamiento de este fanzine. Queríamos disculparnos por la tardanza y por todo lo que sucedió. De nuevo agradecemos a las compañeras allá en Nueva York por el espacio. Esperamos que tal vez en un tiempo compañeras de allá puedan venir a también contarnos sus experiencias o inclusive nosotras mismas poder ir a estancias allá, y agradecidos. Y ya con esta lectura de los artículos terminamos, y de nuevo agradecidas por todo.
Okay, so they want to thank you again for the space and for being here. And second, also the miscommunication on the time, and they felt they were a little bit late. They, as to finish, they want to share with you two articles. The first one is from an imprisoned comrade, Monica Caballero from Chile. It's about anti-speciesist practices, and the second one is of a collective from anarch veganism from Chile. Vale, compañero.
Listo. Ahí voy.
Por favor, si les puedes compartir también los artículos aquí por...
Sí, si quieres ayúdame con esto, por favor. Este fanzine inicialmente empezó como multilingüe, o sea, habían artículos en inglés de compañeras de allá de Estados Unidos y artículos en español pues de las compañeras de acá de Latinoamérica. Después...
This fanzine started initially multilingual, so there's also articles from comrades here in English and over there comrades in Spanish.
Posteriormente se tradujo al español, y la última traducción la hizo una compañera de allá de Estados Unidos que está en inglés. En la página de Warzone Distro o en la página de nosotros que se ve ahí, pueden encontrar el Vegan Salvaje, y ahí está maquetado para imprimir, está libre en los tres idiomas.
So the last one also, it was translated by a comrade from here, from USA, and she in the link they had there, that's where you can access Warzone and then Vegan Wild, and I'm sorry, it's in the page of Warzone, and from there you can go to Vegan Wild or here too. This is the one from Warzone. Um, and they also have the option to download it and already like print it as it is. It's okay, and it's in 3 languages.
De hecho, acabé de enviar el link a esta sala de chat, a esta sesión de chat, acabo de enviar el link del Vegan Salvaje, ahí lo pueden encontrar. Bueno, compa, ¿te parece si empiezo con la lectura de esos pequeños fragmentos?
Déjame y entro también.
Listo.
Ahí también están los artículos en esa misma página.
Sí, ahí está el Vegan Wild en inglés y ahí están los artículos.
Okay, el Vegan Wild. Si podrías compartir la pantalla como para estar segura también.
Listo, espérame un segundo, miro cómo se hace.
Ok, entonces si quieres comienza a leer y...
Listo, vamos a comenzar a leer porque no sé cuál es la opción para compartir la pantalla acá.
Este serían comienzas en Bolivia, ¿sí?
De Mónica Caballero, que se llama Prácticas Antiespecistas. Dice, para poder referirme a las prácticas antiespecistas, me es necesario, con el fin de ser más precisa, señalar qué es lo que entiendo por antiespecismo. Especismo es la práctica que tienen algunas humanas que por razones culturales, religiosas, entre muchas otras, generan relaciones de mercancía, servidumbre, domesticación, esclavitud con algunas especies de animales. Es importante señalar que este tipo de acciones, de relaciones, siempre son en beneficio del humano por sobre el animal. En este sentido, el antiespecismo es el conjunto de ideas que apuntan a terminar con todas las formas de dominación de los humanos hacia las otras especies, sin distinción entre estas últimas. El conjunto de estas ideas antiespecistas cobran sentido cuando se realizan en prácticas concretas. Si bien la materialización de las prácticas antiespecistas se suele simplificar a los hábitos de consumo, lo que se puede traducir a consumir productos veganos, lo que sí es una práctica antiespecista desde una óptica antiautoritaria, no basta para acabar con el gobierno de la especie humana hacia todo el resto de los seres. Si realmente se pretende atacar radicalmente al especismo, es necesario hacer un cuestionamiento profundo del cómo nos relacionamos con todo nuestro entorno, ya que no somos ni superiores ni inferiores a las otras seres, sencillamente somos distintas. De esta manera, el antiespecismo se relaciona con las luchas en contra del extractivismo capitalista, que se puede vislumbrar, por ejemplo, en las miles de hectáreas destinadas al cultivo de soya o de palma, en donde antiguamente crecía flora nativa, en la cual vivían un sinfín de animales. En consecuencia, la destrucción del actual sistema económico, político y social, acompañado de la lógica de dominio especista, pareciera ser la única forma, al menos la única que conozco, para quitar las ideas de que algunas especies están al servicio y disposición de las humanas. Mónica Caballero. Ese es el de Prácticas Antiespecistas de Mónica Caballero. En inglés aparece como anti-especist Yes, practice.
It's this one.
But it's in the magazine, not in the issue.
Ese está en la última, ¿verdad?
Sí.
People can find it.
Right?
Yeah, none of that.
Second is one. This one, right?
Yes, I think.
Está en la cuarta.
For those who want to read the article, it's in the latest edition, which is available at the Warzone Distro website.
Aparece en la...
¿En la página 4?
Sí, ahí aparece como...
Here? So this is from the Comrade of Chile, Mónica Caballero, anti-species practices. In order to refer to anti-species practices in a more precise way, I need to illustrate what I mean by anti-speciesism. Speciesism is the practice of some humans who, for cultural and religious reasons, amongst others, create relationships of commodification, servitude, domestication, slavery, etc. with certain animal species. It is important to know that these types of relationships always benefit humans over animals. In this sense, anti-speciesism is the set of ideas that aim to end all forms of human domination over other species, without distinction between the latter. The set of anti-speciesist ideas make sense when they are implemented in concrete practices. Anti-speciesist practices are often simplified as consuming vegan products, which is indeed an anti-speciesist practice. However, from an anti-authoritarian point of view, is not enough to put an end to the rule of the human species over the rest of the human species towards all other beings.
Algo que cabe aclarar de ese texto, compañera, es que esa diagramación, o sea, es un poco rara la lectura, porque esa diagramación se pensó en impresión. O sea, si cualquier persona coge ese librillo y lo imprime, es solo doblarlo y ya da la diagramación. Creo que por eso también es un poco confuso la lectura, porque se pensó de una vez como para impresión.
Yeah. So, for anyone that acquires it or can print it anywhere else, it is already designed as a booklet, just to like fold it in half, and it will be a book.
Yo creo que con esto, con ese extracto que tú leíste, es perfecto. O sea, yo creo que ya por tiempos también, por tiempos de otras compañeras, podríamos finalizar ahí.
Y pasar al otro artículo si quieres.
O finalizar y que ya la gente se dé tiempo más adelante para tomarse el tiempo de leerlo.
And they think that it's better that when they acquire the magazine, so they can read it more calmly and it's not cut out or anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
So. And for those on YouTube, those links are posted for access, but they can be found on the Warzone Distro website in both English and Spanish. If you have any final words from your end to us, We thank you so much for joining us, and the complication of the schedule was also last minute, so we appreciate your time. And we missed somebody to represent Warzone here in person at Pitt, but next year things might be more organized.
Que muchas gracias por estar acá y que aunque faltó alguien para que representara a Warzone acá el día de hoy, ya la próxima vez ya ojalá vaya a ser diferente y puedan pues estar acá. Y también explico que para los que están en YouTube, que pueden acceder ahí al enlace también, los publicaron para que puedan acceder a la revista.
Listo. Yo creo que
escucho. Por estar acá y si tienes otras palabras para compartir con nosotros.
Listo. Voy a hacer como un cierre cortico también entendiendo los tiempos de las otras compas, ¿te parece?
Vale.
Ahí para pedirte un poquito de tu grandiosa y valiosa ayuda, compa. Bueno, para terminar, de nuevo agradecer. Estamos muy agradecidos, pues, con todos los espacios, sobre todo los espacios anarquistas, antiespecistas y antiautoritarios, en los que se nos daba la oportunidad de presentar esta perspectiva del vegano salvaje. Como decimos y tratamos de enfatizar, es una perspectiva, no es la verdad o lo que debería ser el movimiento por la liberación animal, simplemente fue como una reunión entre afinidades basada en varias comunicaciones, de las que resultó pues tratar de visibilizar un poco nuestra perspectiva desde la forma en cómo nosotros habitamos y luchamos por el veganismo, la liberación animal y la liberación total. Ya espero que sí, la próxima pueda estar Warzone, aunque Warzone estuvo en la feria y estuvieron presentes allá. De nuevo, gracias. Invitarlos a leer, a expandir el vegan salvaje. Muy agradecido de compartir con compañeras anarquistas de ese territorio, en el que el veganismo tiende, igual que muchas cosas, tiende a ser hiperconsumista. Por eso mismo sentimos como prudente lanzarlo en ese espacio. También una crítica como es esa estructura o el sistema capitalista, que es bien diferente, o sea, guarda similitudes, pero es bien diferente a lo que es en nuestro contexto de Latinoamérica, de Ayayala y las comunidades en las que vivimos. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a vos.
They want to thank everybody for the space, for the anarchist space. Also, they also want to share the anarchist, anti-capitalist, anti-fascist spaces in the future. So hopefully they can also be here physically. Se me olvidó un pedazo de lo que habías dicho a lo último, compañero, disculpa.
Listo. Ya, como que...
Recordamos porque hablaste mucho longo, tenemos que hacer menos corto, entonces no recuerdo.
Listo.
Puedes volver a repetir la última parte.
Se puede repetir un poquito.
Listo, los entiendo, discúlpeme. Bueno, como que entendiendo como el territorio en el que nosotros habitamos, Latinoamérica, es un poco diferente, sobre todo en cómo es la estructura capitalista allá que acá, y como el veganismo allá es mucho más permeado por esas dinámicas de consumo e hiperconsumistas, y pues también que parte un poco de esa lectura de la diferencia entre nuestros territorios, por digámoslo así suene mal, entre el primer mundo y el tercer mundo, que somos nosotras, y
un poquito, entonces después
Yeah.
continuamos.
So, understanding the difference in the territories, like for example, in South America, that it will be a third world country, and being here, that it will be a first world country with all like the dynamics that we have here. For example, the veganism. There's also like a talk to have there because it's a hyper consumism now that also has to be spoken about. Mm,
No, tengo que completar, tengo que continuar ahora en la segunda parte.
Va. Listo, compa.
Listo.
Listo, entonces ya para cerrar, es como que la reflexión que queríamos dejar, hablando un poco de las diferencias de nuestro territorio, lo diferente que es el veganismo acá en Latinoamérica, era como que la posición que queremos dejar con nuestro veganismo es el veganismo como lucha, el veganismo es guerra, y no simplemente como una dieta o algo que pueda asimilar el sistema, sino como nuestro veganismo se opone a ese sistema, a esa estructura, y es una forma de combatirlo y no una forma de permitir que nos asimilen, sino luchar al margen de lo que el Estado nos puede ofrecer y contra el Estado. Gracias.
Eso es muy importante, eso es muy importante.
Okay, so what we want to emphasize is in the territory that like in Colombia, for example, or every territory that there's vegans, it's let's not forget that it's not what they can sell us or what can we abide by or how they can assimilate us, but it's also a fight of how we can live around the margin of the law and actually fight it.
No, es que no, no es una dieta, lembra? No es una dieta, es una lucha. Eso es muy importante.
Also, not forget that it's not only like a diet or something like that, but mostly it's also a fight and an act of war to just go against what the law can assimilate us by.
Porque paso a contar una historia, porque yo me hizo para Rio de Janeiro hasta Mato Grosso do Sul. Entonces, un lado tenía vaca, boi, y el otro lado tenía soja, ¿entiende? Eles se mataram toda a floresta em Brasil, desde Rio de Janeiro hasta Mato Grosso do Sul, que são muitas milhas, é como acá para o meio dos Estados Unidos.
So the comrade is saying that she has a story of in Brazil coming from Rio de Janeiro to Mato Grosso del Sur. So there was cows on one side and soybeans on the other, and what they did was from that compared, it would be from here to the middle of the United States, and they finished with all of that crop, all of that forest.
The agrobusiness, yeah.
El agronegocio o la agroindustria.
The meat agrobusiness. That's the reality of Brazil. The meat agrobusiness destroys huge parts of Amazonia. It means this vegan is an action, is an anarchist fight, of course. Should be. This is a fight.
Y lo que dice la compañera y los compañeros son que allá es un negocio destruir toda la jungla, todo lo verde, todo lo que nace de la tierra. Entonces es un acto también de guerra y una forma anarquista de estar contra también el sistema y todos estos ataques que le hacen también pues a la tierra.
Compa, ya como para terminar y complementar un poco lo que dijo el compañero, es por eso nosotros posicionamos, el compañero, el que habló, sí, Es como, por eso nosotros posicionamos el veganismo como el guerra, desde una lucha, y por eso lo posicionamos de la liberación total, porque no podemos desligar el veganismo de la lucha por la tierra, porque por lo mismo que dice el compañero, en el Amazonas, sobre todo el Amazonas brasileño, se están incendiando y destruyendo un montón de hectáreas para producir soya, y esa soya ¿para qué va? Para alimentar a esos animales que están en ganadería extensiva, viviendo en condiciones brutales y que van a ser asesinados para alimentar esa agroindustria, que esa agroindustria, aparte de de la República Soyera que es Brasil, está explícitamente, ahí tiene una relación muy estrecha con la industria maderera, con la industria de la explotación de la tierra, de la naturaleza, la soyera. Entonces por eso posicionamos nuestro organismo como ataque contra esas estructuras que destruyen la tierra y asesinan y explotan a los demás animales, y también como forma de desligarnos de ese veganismo que solo se piensa en las opciones que hay en los supermercados y solo se piensa la educación o determinadas dinámicas como la única forma de lucha posible.
So to conclude, the comrade wants to emphasize that without animal liberation, there's no total liberation either. And being vegan is without having to depend on what you're being sold in the store. That's the best act of war as a vegan that we can do, because it's not just the diet they're offering us, because let's not forget, it might not be the best. For yes, so not let's forget that it's not just a diet. This is an act of war too.
Muchas gracias, compañeros de acá. Mucho amor de nosotros para vos, solidaridad. Muchas gracias por todo lo que hablaste. Estamos juntos, ¿ah?
Gracias, compañeras, también estamos juntos, pueden contar con nosotras, y esa es la idea de generar redes internacionales, es como saber que estamos en otros territorios, pero todas estamos haciendo por esa misma lucha y esa misma liberación.
Exacto. Muchas gracias por tu palabra, por todo.
Gracias por el espacio, qué pena por los inconvenientes, por todo, pero pues me alegra haber podido presentarlo.
Ok, gracias.
Gracias, cuídense.
Thanks everybody, and he's sorry for the inconveniences trying to log in. But he's very glad to be able to present it.
Claro, nosotros, muchas gracias por tu lucha también, muy linda.
Thread,
muy linda lucha.
International web to share.
Yeah, the international articulation that we need now.
En Instagram tenemos una página que se llama Acción y Liberación, y ahí subimos bastante contenido. Ahorita estamos subiendo bastante contenido relacionado con Indonesia, que son las compas que están en medio de una revuelta.
Sí. Si quieres compartirlo ahí en
compartir ahora está bien, ¿no?
Si quieres compartirlo en para que todos lo tengan y lo puedan compartir
Indonesia, claro.
en el live. So in Instagram, they also have a platform where they're also uploading a lot of content. And right now, there's some comrades they're in Indonesia. So he's going to share. This one.
Gracias.
Gracias, vos.
Thank you.
Gracias.
We'll put the link to
Voy a salir para que puedan continuar.
Okay, few minutes short break, and after that we'll be back with Antonio and the Agroecology Research Action Collective coming in from San Francisco with a talk titled Anarchism, Food Sovereignty, and Degrowth, Exploring Overlaps and Tensions. So just a couple minutes and we'll be back right after 4:25. Thank you.
Haba haba daya no imana sono tao no ima hang song kari ikaita una no mahiwa no bo kaya wana bona nawa sono yukibo nawa sono yukibo loko kaya wari yora kaya wari yora kaya 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 wari isi kaya isi kaya una no marayano nawa sono yoshisu nisho ikapara yamu niwari yorabu susawana nawa sono yoshibu yoshibu wadakasu daya sosawana una no marayana Mokayo Shibuya Mokayo Shibuya Shinakaya Wanaya Shinakaya Wanaya Mokayo Shibuya Mokayo Shibuya Yoshibu Warakasu Shinakaya Wanaya Shinakai Manana Shinakai Mokayo Shibuya Yoshibu Warakasu Maukaya Wanaya Hibukaya Wanaya Mokayo Shibuya Mokayo Shibuya Yoshibu Warakasu Isin Kota Suna Isin Babutuna Una no Marayana Mokayo Shibuya Yoshibu Warakasu Shinakai Manakai Shinakai Una no Marayana Bukawa Shinakai Bidanakawa Shinakai Mai Kiki Shinan Chanka Bidanakawa no Raya no Buna Sono Yushibora have Tabikaya, Kaya, Isi Kaya, that's the Kaya, Makaya, Kaya, 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 Nabuya, Katia, Habudaya no Ivana sono town in my house from Kari and Ikaza. Una no Mahiwa no bo Kaya Anabona. Nawa sono Yuhibo Nawa.
Hey, now we have Antonio from San Francisco. Antonio was here in Pete and was an incredible thoughts and speak here in Pete. Thank you so much, Antonio, for being here with us. We are really want to hear you talk about your thoughts. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. First of all, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I hear you. Perfect.
Right. Awesome. So I did have some slides. They're just kind of basic. So hopefully someone there is going to share them because it seems like my computer is not allowing it. But I'm going to just go ahead and start presenting. And I put a timer for myself because I really want to make sure that we have enough time for discussion and not just to be talking the whole time. So I'm going to set myself a little timer and see, put up the volume of the mic. Is this any better? If not, I could try to take off the headphones.
I think it's really good. I can hear you really well.
Okay, I will try to speak loud, and there are my slides. All right, so I am going to talk about the overlaps of these different concepts and a little bit talk about land reform related to anarchism, degrowth, and food sovereignty. And I'm not going to talk much about myself, but I will give a little introduction. The next slide has some points that I just want to present. So first of all, these ideas, of course, come out of decades of involvement in related movements and discussions with various people. So of course, they're my ideas, but they're only my ideas because I shared them and have discussed them with many other people. And I wrote 2 papers that talk about both land reform focused and another one about these overlaps between anarchism, food sovereignty, and degrowth. But neither of these papers is to sort of settle the debate and say, here's the right way forward, because I tend to try to stay away from this kind of idea that there's the right political line and that everyone should take it, because I don't think we'll ever have political certainty or alignment among all of our movements around what the right way to go, right? So I think it's easy, of course, to shit on other people's theories of change and their strategies and say, oh, well, they don't work, but my shit works. But we know that we live in a capitalist doomscape where nothing that we've done to overthrow that system has necessarily worked overall, and nothing is certain to work, right? So we just gotta figure out our way forward with a little bit of humility. So I do come into this presentation and to these issues with my heart located in an anarchist ethic and idea of how we should live individually today, as well as what kind of world we could live if we made it so. But I'm also an anti-dogmatist, so that means I don't think anarchism is necessarily appropriate for every and all problem, right? So you might be a little disappointed if you're looking for a sort of validation only of your existing anarchist sentiments. And I acknowledge before I start that I'm not going to talk about a lot of current events and things that are obviously relevant, because this presentation is sort of a little bit abstracted out from that day-to-day practice. All right, so go to the next slide. So I'm just going to go through essentially the slides are what is anarchism good for with regards to degrowth and food sovereignty, and then secondly, what is anarchism not so good for? And for those who are unfamiliar, I'm going to assume everyone who's listening is at least somewhat familiar with anarchism itself and the many diverse anarchisms that could be found within that broader term. Similarly, right, degrowth and food sovereignty are both concepts and social movements which also encompass a lot of diversity within them, right? This is something that I think anarchists are more likely to understand and accept than a lot of sort of hardline kind of leftist movements that wish to simplify and have the proper definition for something. So I'm going to try to give a short sort of overall definition for each of these, knowing that, of course, within each category is a lot of diversity. So degrowth, in short, is essentially the acknowledgement that there needs to be a reduction in the material usage of particularly the rich countries of the world, essentially what we call the global north, or places where the average ways that people live is under what we call the imperial mode of living, right? Requiring imperialism for their sort of day-to-day necessities. And so degrowth says we need to degrow aspects of the economy which are causing environmental destruction at the same time that they're built upon and reinforce social injustices, particularly between global north and south. And so degrowth is about reducing basically the threat that the economy, the capitalist economy, presents. It is explicitly anti-capitalist, at least in the ways that I use it. And more so than food sovereignty, I would say degrowth is a idea and something that people find work that fits into degrowth rather than it's as much of a movement in its own. There's not a lot of people who say, I am a part of a degrowth movement, whereas food sovereignty, on the other hand, is also a concept, a sort of proposal, an idea to orient our politics around. But it also has a lot more of what we could say is an actual base in social movements, and in particular, social movements of the global south. Although food sovereignty also has a lot of proponents and activists in the global north. So yeah, essentially degrowth is about the macroeconomy and changing the economy and changing political structures for that transition. And food sovereignty is about the right of people, aside from states and corporations, to determine their own food and farming systems at various levels. And so there are two different ideas that do have overlaps and some engagement, especially in recent years. But I'm going to just go start with the degrowth side and give a little point-by-point sort of what are some of the ways that anarchism is maybe helpful or good for thinking about degrowth. So the first would be that that anarchism is a lot more attuned to and has been shown to be very much effective in disaster response, right? In conditions where what we call natural disasters, which are always also social political disasters, that anarchistic forms of organization are more flexible and responsive and ground-based, and so able to provide a response when oftentimes the established structures of state societies fail to respond, right? So both in terms of response and also to some degree in terms of preparing for disasters, anarchists have been some of the milieu that have been sort of most effective. So you might think about Hurricane Katrina in 2005 in New Orleans and the Common Ground Collective and other examples like that. Occupy Sandy in 2012, etc. Another thing that anarchism is good for is that it tends to focus, its politics are really focused on direct action as opposed to various forms of mediated action, which are prioritized and liberal and social democratic and other forms of change making. And that direct action can be thought of in many cases as a form of degrowth in action. So we can think of the many direct actions that have directly shut down the lignite coal mines in Germany, which are proven basically climate time bombs, and that thousands of people directly put their bodies on the line to obstruct the continual extraction of these fossil fuels. We can think of the zones to defend in France, where both independent activist types as well as locals who are involved in agriculture and other sort of rural lifestyles or livelihoods, to say, came together to say, no, we don't accept modern development plans in our territories, which are going to destroy our ecology and our ways of life, and have basically directly interfered with those development plans. We can look at examples from Indonesia, where peasants who have been basically expropriated of their lands and become landless have reclaimed what were considered plantation territories owned by corporations through direct action, creating their own autonomous communities, growing various crops for both market and subsistence, right? Directly creating a more convivial and localized economy based off of people's needs, as opposed to some sort of capitalistic infrastructure. So direct action is definitely something that I think anarchists are not the only groups that do direct action, but tend to have a priority placed on direct action compared to a lot of other political movements or ideas or ideologies. Another thing anarchists really focus on is to create the world of the future that we want to see in the present, right? This prefigurative politics, which tends to prioritize building of interventions now in the moment, even though those same interventions might get institutionalized or taken up by powerful players, whether in the state or in capitalist firms. So we can think of examples like the anarchist agitation, propaganda, artistic movement called Provo in the Netherlands in the 60s. And they essentially pioneered this idea of, hey, we shouldn't have a car-based infrastructure. We should have bikes and walking and more convivial, localized, and less harmful forms of transportation. So they created the white bike program, where they painted a bunch of bikes white and left them out in the public squares and said anyone should be able to use these bikes and basically, use them freely, not to hoard them as private property, but as a form of commons. And that white bike movement, which did partly contribute to the transformation of the Netherlands away from car culture and towards the sort of bike-friendly country it's often seen as now. But it also was institutionalized in various bike share programs, where, for those of you who are there in New York City, right, it's like owned by Citi, which is literally a bank, or is it, I can't remember how many different corporations have owned these bike share programs. But the point is, bike sharing, which is definitely a degrowth adjacent kind of tool or technology, is something that is precipitated by or energized by, sparked by anarchist groups, and then institutionalized, for better or for worse. Another thing that anarchism, I would say, emphasizes similarly to direct action is the fact that we don't see political action as simply a means to an end, but actually its own sort of end, right? We see doing political action as a form of political education, as creating ourselves and our values and our knowledge of who we individually and collectively are. So what we call subject creation, right? It doesn't just form the world out there, it forms us as we do it. And of course, we focus a lot of times, when you see a lot of programs like the Anarchist Book Fair and in free schools and various mechanisms that anarchists for generations have created to spread knowledge that is concrete and applicable to people's lives, right? So there's a real focus in that. And I think in that sense, degrowth really needs a lot of this grassroots level political education, subject formation, and concrete knowledge spread, because at this point we live in a society where people don't even necessarily, by and large, understand the problems of economic growth. Another thing that, once again, is not unique to anarchists, but certainly anarchists have emphasized, is the critique of state power as being an underpinning for the kinds of noxious, toxic growth that the economy promotes. So whereas, for example, a lot of times Marxists might really explain more of the growth fixation, the growth orientation of the economy in terms of the needs and aspirations of capitalists, there's a lot more focus in anarchism on how the state has its own incentive structures, which promote this growth imperative at all costs as well. I'm just switched to the, actually, I'm staying on the same slide, but hold on, give me a second. And the last thing I think that is really important for degrowth in particular in the context of a place like the US, or we could say the global north at large, is that this anarchist or anarchistic critique of the nonprofit industrial complex as counter to the radical or revolutionary kinds of changes that we actually need to reach a degrowth world, right? That critique says we're not going to get there through the form of the nonprofit, which is by and large the way that a lot of social activist-oriented people tend to form themselves in order to make change. And so by critiquing various forms of hierarchical structures, whether they be the state or nonprofits that are organized in a sort of corporatized fashion, anarchism really emphasizes a lot of the problems of trying to reach degrowth through these conventional, let's say, means. Then moving to food sovereignty. So what is sort of beneficial about anarchism for food sovereignty? Well, the one thing I want to start by saying is you have to acknowledge that across history and across many different locations, right, peasants as a class, the folks who are at the base of the food system in terms of producing food, who today, even though we have a corporate industrial food system that it's asserting itself, let's say, dominating around the planet more and more, still peasants produce anywhere from 50 to 70% of the world's food, depending on what estimates you believe. The point is peasants still exist as a class, and they are very important to food systems and food availability globally. And the reality for anarchists to admit is that peasants have had various sort of, let's say, overlaps with state power, right? Some peasant movements have been very oriented towards state power in the past, as well as in the present. And so I by no means am trying to claim peasants as a class for anarchism. But at the same time, there are many ways in which the ethics, the politics, the desires, the goals of food sovereignty as a concept and food sovereignty movements as the practitioners or the proponents of food sovereignty, there's a lot of overlaps between what these movements have to say and what they do and anarchism and anarchist ideas. So just to quickly go over some of those, right? So we have localization, this idea that localizing power is important, direct action, again, right? Both productive direct action that produces food that people need, or productive direct action in terms of mutual aid, the many mutual aid projects that anarchists do to feed people. There's also antagonistic direct action, burning down plantations of eucalyptus, genetically modified eucalyptus plantations, or again, sort of directly disrupting infrastructures of harm. But also there's an emphasis on autonomy, right? Physical autonomy, material autonomy that comes from producing your own necessities for survival, for subsistence, as well as that leading to more political autonomy to have the space to be able to fight the state, the corporations, and so on. There's also in anarchism an attention to power at the local level that calls into question various things that happen within the community, such as patriarchy, speciesism, you know, the differences within peasant communities that might be harmful in addition to the struggles between the community and outsiders. There's also affinities with indigenous ontologies, ways of seeing things, and ways of organizing oneself and one's community. And there's a lot of nuance here in terms of course, there's a lot of support from anarchists for indigenous rejection of the state, especially the colonial, the settler colonial state. But there's not necessarily as much comfort with accepting when indigenous people claim nationhood and talk about wanting to build polities around their own nation. So, you know, that can be a matter of debate. And importantly, of course, anarchism has critiqued what are called socialist states, some would call state capitalist states, but essentially these different times in history where people who called themselves communists or saw themselves as being anti-capitalist have created state forms that have also oppressed and suppressed peasant sectors and really undermined, if not directly murdered, those sectors, and also indigenous folks in their assertion of what their new utopia and socialism was. All right, next slide. I have to hurry up because I just looked at my time, so I'm not going to overlap too much. So secondly is, what is anarchism not so good for? All right, so in terms of degrowth, I would argue that for the most part, for most people in most places on the planet, people are attached to what we might call the politics of normalcy. They want the everyday life to be as undisturbed by sudden upheavals and lack of access to things like food and electricity, the internet, and so on, right? And of course, you know, more access to these things is held by people who have this imperial mode of living. And so we might call into question the politics of normalcy, especially since degrowth is really focused on the degrowth of the northern economies rather than a proposal specifically for poorer countries, which might need more forms of traditional economic development to reach basic qualities of life. But the point stands that no matter who we're talking about, anarchism doesn't often speak very well to people who are attached to or desiring this politics of normal everyday life. And it's only really in these disaster moments or parts of our worlds, our lives, when things are falling apart or coming into question, that I feel like anarchist ideas start to gain a little more resonance with, you know, more everyday kinds of people. Secondly, we might put these two together, planning, right? The idea of planning for the future economy or system that we need to have our needs met through some organization of the very complex interdependence of our societies today, right? So planning for that change, planning for how a degrowth world will evolve over time, and the thing we call policy, ways that we create words that guide what we're supposed to be doing together in its most generic form. Policy and planning are both things which anarchists are by and large very disinterested in because are associated with this thing we call the state. Yet at the same time, both of those tools or both of those processes can help to structure institutions that allow people's choices to better escape from capitalist colonial ways of being. Maybe that's not straightforward enough, but what I'll explain is this. A welfare state is not in itself a liberatory thing, and we know that the welfare state in a country like the US, although it's being dismantled as we speak, is clearly built upon the continual extraction of people from the global south. So we, as people who care about everyone, can't just accept the welfare state as it is. But to the extent that people have their food, healthcare, housing, education, etc. needs met through things like welfare, they are more able to extricate themselves, to take themselves out of those systems of harm that are really at the core of the capitalist colonial economy. And that is a necessity for reaching towards degrowth. And so this question of how do you approach things like policy and planning is something that I think anarchism doesn't really think enough about. And a big perpetual argument between especially state communists and anarchists, of course, is how do you expropriate the expropriators? How do you actually forcefully take over infrastructure and territory from those who have usurped it from the masses for generations? Well, and I'd say anarchists don't have a very good force either on themselves in the present moment or a theoretical understanding of how that force would be developed in the absence of state power to expropriate the expropriators. In the paper, I of course argue that it's doubtful that the state would also have that force given the histories we see of what states actually do. So we're left in a little bit of like each side can claim the other side doesn't have an answer, but no one really has a good answer for this essential aspect of the degrowth transition. All right, and to wrap up for food sovereignty, you'll see some overlap with the other points, but right, anarchism doesn't really have a lot to say about state policy. What I found more and more in my work doing this work as a researcher and talking to folks who claim anarchism, sometimes not even sort of outwardly, but just when I talk to them, right? A lot of folks take anarchist ideas and do a lot of stuff with it. They don't necessarily stay at an arm's distance from the state. And some people I know are self-proclaimed anarchists who do work on policy. But as a philosophy, anarchism doesn't deal with the state or doesn't accept the state as a valid vehicle for progressive change. And so, right, in dealing with US agribusiness policies, right, or global governance policies that can really shape outcomes for peasant communities around the world, such as things that go on in the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, or all these discourses and instruments around human rights, which are all state-based instruments, right? Food sovereignty is very concerned with these things, and anarchism and anarchists tend to not really address them or haven't to a very deep extent from what I've seen. Similarly, anarchism lacks a theory of change for systems transformation as a whole, right? Arguably, right, there's a lot of theories in anarchism about direct action, prefigurative politics, a lot of things about what we can do, an ethics of practice, essentially, or praxis. But unlike Marxism, right, it doesn't have a lot of deeply theoretical works about how do we see, for example, non-market economies functioning so that we can get our food needs met at the same time that many other aspects of our complex economies might be extended, right? We don't know which parts need to go, which parts we retain, but how we even make those decisions as a society, how we end up at this non-extractive, food sovereign, degrowth political economy of the future, it's not really clear from anarchist theory, in my view, beyond sort of a focus on niche efforts, sort of the interstices of existing society, making our efforts there, and hoping that in some sort of big crisis moment, some of these efforts get somehow amplified and expanded. I would note that in the paper, I don't even really get that deep into these debates, but there's a lot of really interesting debates among different flavors of anarchism between what's called, mutualism, which is essentially a form of sort of markets still existing, but not capitalist markets, that being compatible with anarchism, whereas other people say, no, you need to be anarcho-communist, right? Different theories of value, what is value, how's it created? There's a lot of, I think, interesting stuff that we haven't figured out there. But specifically for food sovereignty, that's something that I think is imperative, because food sovereignty is built from, as I mentioned, peasants as a class who still are very involved in various kinds of markets, sometimes local markets that are relatively embedded in local communities, sometimes international markets, right? Even the Zapatistas are selling coffee internationally, right? So how do we deal with the transition and the desire to get to a non-market economy through anarchism? And lastly, anarchism doesn't really have a way of resolving this ultimate question that has been debated for decades now in food sovereignty, both in the movement and in academic context of like, what is sovereignty? Who is the sovereign in food sovereignty, right? It's obviously not corporations, but does it mean it's the state? Does it mean it's local communities? What is the relationship between different local communities or these divisions within local communities, right? The sovereignty in food sovereignty is still very unclear, and anarchists don't have answers to it. All right, since my alarm went off, I'm going to stop there. I think I had one more slide, but it was just more of a sort of questions for folks, because I'm kind of curious to know. Oh yeah, I was going to talk about land reform, but I don't think I have enough time to go into it as much. So I'll just open it up for folks to ask questions or make comments. And then also want to reference that, I don't know if it's already shared, but the Agroecology Research Action Collective, which I'm a member and organizer for, our website was broken and now it's relaunched. It's agroecologyresearchcollective.org. So if people want to find out more about the work we do, check that out. And yeah, open to questions and comments.
Wow, thank you so much, Antonio. Thank you. It was really amazing listening to your thoughts.
We're waiting for some questions from online. If people from joining virtually have any questions, please feel free to ask them in the YouTube question chat. I'm not sure if anybody from the audience has any particular question.
Somebody else?
Or
You have, you good?
Cool. I could also talk about the land reform stuff. I just wanted to make space.
Yeah, please. I would like to. That exactly will be my thing. Develop a little bit more about that.
Okay.
Okay.
If we put that slide back up, I can.
Yeah,
Jason can do it.
Okay, cool. Because I mean, in essence, I'll just start talking that for folks to know that I wrote this recent article called "Land Reform in the United States: A Lost Cause or a Cause that Simply Has Been Lost," because I wanted to draw attention to the fact that land reform is this global sort of social movement idea, and of course, land reform can be actually Oh, it's a little bit, okay, yeah. So land reform, like historically, could be like literally thinking about the colonization and settlerization of the United States, right? Various state laws that basically took away lands from indigenous folks and gave them to white settlers. So land reform is not inherently progressive, right? But in this context, I'm talking about land reform that's oriented towards democratization of land access and the recognition that like the histories of the land we have today are histories of dispossession and violence, right? And in being able to redistribute, break land, wealth, power relations as they currently exist and redistribute that in order to make a more equal society, but also, of course, to develop the kinds of food systems that are more aligned with food sovereignty. So more based on local communities, providing for local needs, more based on agroecological methods, meaning methods of food production that are not raping the earth every day. And so, right, land reform is something that around the world is usually discussed in social movements of food sovereignty around integral agrarian reform, meaning that it's not just about land, it's about land in combination with access to capital, in combination with access to water, with support for agroecological development, whether that's local markets or actual research on agroecological methods, right? So land reform can be a big thing, but as I write here on the left, right, some or most would argue that land reform necessitates a state, that it's all about a state coming in and using those levers of policy power to redistribute land. And, you know, historically, there have been a lot of, we can think of, you know, the Russian Revolution of 1917, the Bolshevik Revolution was made off of the backs of both anarchist and left communist proposals from particularly the socialist revolutionaries who were rooted more so in the peasant class, right? And they said, the only real clear thing we need is land, right? We need these fuckers to give up their large estates and we need to have that land. And so that demand was brought into the Bolshevik revolutionary platform. And to some degree, that was what happened, at least initially, a little bit. The point is, right, so that land reforms can be revolutionary and associated with revolutions, but from a state power perspective. And then at the same time, there's been a lot of times that states, even under the influence of the United States itself, as a form of its imperialist reach, was to do land reforms in order to prevent this communist surgence from below of demand for a different system other than the colonial capitalist one, right? So land reform can also be anti-communist in a way, definitely anti-people. So, right, it's kind of like anarchism obviously doesn't speak to the idea of a state-mandated land reform, and I would say the sort of simplistic anarchist answer or response would be, well, we're talking about direct action, building power from below to take back the land. We can look to examples like the MST in Brazil, who are certainly using a lot of direct action, but not explicitly anarchist, right? They're a sort of amalgam of different kinds of left revolutionary flavors, let's say. But they have a lot of top-down or sort of hierarchical components, as well as a lot of grassroots bottom-up components in their organization. But the point is they use sort of their own protagonism to get access to land, but it really succeeds to the extent that it's a function of the Constitution of Brazil that has a social use clause, which means that land has to fulfill a social function, and if it's being neglected or being underutilized, there is a right, essentially, under the Constitution for peasants or other social sectors to take ownership, take occupation of this land, and then petition for legalization of that right to be there. So again, even the direct action has a relationship to these state processes. And so we really need to think about that if we're going to propose a sort of anarchist approach to land reform. And I would say, you know, another big problem is that, again, similar to my comment about degrowth and who's going to expropriate the expropriators, right? We know that the state is actually, violence is the state's strongest point. Especially, I'm from the United States. I live in the most violent state there is, with the most institutional apparatus, literally like the most guns, the most warplanes, the most anything that you can use to kill and destroy. My government's got it all, and they're not afraid to use it. So there's an obvious hesitancy, I think a reasonable hesitancy to think that we're going to achieve land reform to expropriate these large exploitative plantation agriculture that's all over our country and all over the world now, and use our own power to do that expropriation and not expect a violent response from the state. So that's one of my skepticisms of an anarchist sort of approach to land reform. But I do think we need to think about, again, the history of land reform. There are some positive examples, but essentially they tend to also have the problems that they create, because even if they're done for supposedly progressive, liberation-oriented reasons, right, they often recreate certain kinds of power structures, or they basically are ways to do developmentalist kind of things, like create a larger economy that's more successful in industrializing and therefore going down the path of what the rich countries have done. So there's a lot of questions there. And then the other thing I'd point to is that, at least in the United States context and what I talk about in this paper, is that although there are movements, for example, black and brown farmers who are looking for access to land to do more agroecological food production and stewardship, but of course don't have the capital to do that, are looking for state support to access land, or looking for some form of land equity, they call it, right? The many movements that actually exist around issues of land and agroecology and reclamation, based off of historic injustices, are not really seeking to abolish the present state of things, or at least they're not talking about it in those ways, and at least they're not talking about doing it in any short order, right? So there are some revolutionary and radical positions or values within social movements in the United States of food justice and indigenous food sovereignty and so on. But there's not a lot of radical calls for the revolutionary transformation of land ownership. And I hear of almost no one who's directly talking about confronting those with landed power today in order to take away what has been expropriated, rather than to simply allow access through some policy mechanisms here and there. So for me, that's not necessarily an easy place to step into as someone who might think like an anarchist. And so, like I said already in point 5, right, policy might be an avenue for certain things that look like land reform, but not necessarily a broad land reform. But it's unlikely to be that good or that be that transformative. And the piecemeal solutions of, say, purchasing here and there, begging rich people to get rid of some of their land and give it to us, putting stuff into land trusts, which isn't a very good tool given the property system we have. Land trusts are one of the few ways we can take out the speculative value of land and just focus on what it actually does for producing what we need as humans and non-humans. But I would argue that these different piecemeal solutions don't really together account for enough to think big enough for the transformation that we actually need, and which historically at least was what people meant by land reform, which was a large scale reshuffling of land rights and access and use. And lastly, and maybe a little cynically, or at least sadly, is to remember, that for people like myself who are really immersed in food sovereignty movements and, these very far left ideas, right? Most people in a place like the US, they can't even imagine not having bananas be available, right? A colonial crop that is only available by virtue of the continued imperial mode of living and the relationship between privileged northerners and non-privileged folks in the tropical areas that grow these bananas in plantation, horrible conditions, right? So the fact that most people in the US still think that industrial agriculture is necessary to feed the world, can't imagine a world without bananas every day, that it's hard to imagine something like land reform picking up as a political demand when we have that level of existing knowledge and practice in relationship to food and agriculture today. So this is why I'll close here, that my complaint, my thing I've always been getting at is folks who are on the far left and have all these ideas about the radical transformation of society and anti-capitalism and so on, need to get more familiar with food and land and how we exist every day in ways that are utterly dependent on a corporate industrial food system. And at the same time, folks who do this land and, food systems reform and environmentalism kind of stuff, they need to understand the limits to reformist tendencies using the capitalist state, right? They need to hopefully learn more from anarchist, communist, indigenous comrades and leaders. So yeah, I guess that's all I'll leave it with. And do note, yes, the website that's listed there is not the right one. It's agroecologyresearchcollective.org. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean we took out action. It's because we lost the website and had to buy a new URL. So that's what happened there. All right, I'll leave it there and see if there's any questions now.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we have like a finish time, you know. We need
we're
to
kind
go.
of just out of time, but
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your
a comprehensive
amazing
overview. I mean, there's so much to think about there, and yeah.
Of course, read the papers. Write to me directly. Yeah. I'm gonna go on a book tour next year, so I'd love to come meet you, hang out. I'll definitely be coming to Pitt, but anywhere else too.
Okay.
We'll welcome you then. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
They're first.
Good. Thank you.
Bye.
See you all. Bye. Peace.
And now we'll take a 5 to 10 minute break before introducing five folks from different mutual aid efforts in Brooklyn and New York, across New York. The panel is called Everything for Everyone, Everywhere. It's sort of a continuation of the panel that we had last year on the same topic, and it's going to be a kind of teach-in style of how you can kind of apply these principles in your own communities, in your own neighborhoods. And so thanks. We'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes.
Shara shara ki ha shara shara ki ha shara shara ki ha shara shara ki ha shara shara ki one koe shara ki ha shara shara ki one koe shara ki ha shara shara ki ha shara shara ki nishi 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 shara shara ki shara shara ki ha shara shara ki shara shara ki ha shara shara ki ha shara shara ki shina shara kunaya bo shara bo ha shara kunaya bo shara bo kunaya bo shara bo uya kutanaya ha oe maku uya kutanaya ha oe aku sharama une pa kana ya kana sharama kana sharama sankara ka tanai ma sankara ka sharava sankara ka tanai ma sankara ka sharava kana ya Sitting, push it. Shara ki ha shara ki ha shara ki ha shara ki ha shara ki one ko e shara ki ha shara ki one ko e shara ki ha shara ki ha shara ki nishi shara ki nishi shara ki nishi shara ki nishi shara ki
For no reason.
Well, he was mad because I didn't answer him about what we were doing.
We're live. Okay, welcome back. Panel with 5 folks doing mutual aid work, everything for everyone, everywhere. I'll turn it over to them and let them introduce themselves and their work. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining. I'm Ash. I'm going to be leading the conversation a little bit. As our introducer mentioned, this is everything for everyone, everywhere. Our goal here is to provide a bit of like a practical guide to mutual aid. So the topics we're going to discuss, I'm going to answer kind of the ambiguous question of what is mutual aid.
and try to talk a little bit about the challenges in defining and establishing a structure for mutual aid. The next comment is going to discuss food sourcing and resourcing and distribution. After that, we'll discuss a little bit about community building and safety in mutual aid spaces, and then mutual education, which is political education, which is an important aspect of mutual aid. After we cover those topics, we'll leave some time for some open discussion between the five of us. Okay, so I'll get started with what is mutual aid. Actually, I wanted to do this topic because I wanted to force myself to have an actual positive answer to this question. I feel like a lot of, with a lot of anarchist concepts, mutual aid is often defined by what it is not. Mutual aid is not philanthropy, it's not individualism, it's not volunteerism, it's not hierarchical, it's not community service, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But what is it? So I wrote down a definition that I felt good about, and it's this. Mutual aid is a radical collective practice of community care born out of the reality that people have needs that need to be met now. They cannot wait for a mass movement or a toppling of institutional power. But we need to remain informed of, how institutional power and the existing political structures are causing the needs and oppressive conditions that our people are suffering from. It aims to address both the immediate material needs of the people and confront the conditions that create and perpetuate them. To me, mutual aid is an important and necessary complement to political and protest action. Protest and direct action is attempting to attack the root causes of oppression, but really does nothing for those suffering under its weight today. And mutual aid seeks to, address that gap. Alleviate the suffering through direct resource redistribution in a way that challenges the notion that we actually need these oppressive government structures to provide for us. Personally, I don't believe that we're ever going to mutual aid or food distro ourselves into revolution. Like, we really do actually need political action as well. But mutual aid to me is an indispensable survival skill for both the ongoing and deepening capitalist crisis and any genuine protracted struggle against the state. And moreover, it's an essential propagandizing medium for awakening people to masses to their own power. So historically, mutual aid has been a part of both resistance movements and revolutionary movements throughout history. Examples like the Paris Commune, Black Panthers, Vietnam's extended war against American aggression. It is, of course, heavily inspired by, or I would say entirely appropriated from indigenous and pre-capitalist societies around the world. And much of the foundational theorizing and modern implementation has been propagated by anarchist thinkers. I'm reading Kropotkin's book, Mutual Aid, A Factor of Evolution, I think that's the subtitle, right now, which I find really interesting. But there's also Dean Spade's book, also called Mutual Aid, which was published during COVID, which I think is a really helpful and approachable guide to getting started with mutual aid projects. Okay, so there are a few basic principles that I associate to mutual aid. The first is right in the name, mutuality. This is founded in the idea that collective support, the idea of building collective support. So resisting the bifurcation between those who are seeking resources and those who are providing them, those who are privileged and those who are system impacted in our communities. That separation in and of itself feeds into a lot of savior complex mentalities, or even, counter-revolutionary tendencies of, things that are typically termed community service or volunteerism or nonprofits in general. It obstructs true community building and obscures the precariousness we all face under capitalism. The motivating sentiment shouldn't be, I'm here to work off my guilt for being involved in the capitalist machine or winning at the capitalist machine, but rather I help my neighbors because I know one day I too will need help. I'm invested in the structure because it supports my own survival and our survival as a collective. It is, I think, ideologically set up against institutional and centralized power. We are facing a world in which nonprofits have built up an entire bureaucracy of executives and
power structures that establish themselves as a separate, organizing structure within the neoliberal apparatus, and separate from the community that they serve. Mutual aid groups are looking to redistribute all of the resources that they have and empower the community instead of trying to prop themselves up. Another principle that I think is very important is that they're community funded and supported. And again, I'll contrast this to the nonprofit world that we kind of stand in opposition to. Some describe this as nonprofits having been captured or co-opted by the ruling class. But I would actually argue that they were a psyop from the beginning. All of these sort of nonprofits and charities date back to the 19th century of robber barons looking to sort of fend off the angry pitchfork-wielding masses who were published by them. And I think very recent events have sort of elucidated to us the way that the Oxycontin billionaires and Purdue family have totally infiltrated the arts and culture nonprofits. That's something that was kind of widely discussed in the movement a few years ago. Movements in New York have opposed the MoMA board, which is stacked with weapons and mining profiteers. And this whole pernicious tendency has been really laid bare by the Palestine Solidarity movement, in which principled activists at all kinds of nonprofits, universities, hospitals, publishers, advocacy groups have been ruthlessly retaliated against and run out for their stance on Palestine by Zionist board members and funders. Another principle that I stand very hard on is don't fuck with politicians and co-opters. Politicians every local politician has their own kind of budget that they try to build a little fiefdom with by meting out, crumbs to their preferred NGOs. And this feeds a form of cronyism at best or outright corruption or graft at worst. And getting mixed into that as a mutual aid group is just, absolutely antithetical to everything that we do. And even setting politicians aside, there are always sort of unsavory characters, many from the nonprofit industrial complex or others that are looking to co-opt this work for their own agendas. Many invest in the status quo, will be looking to silence the opposing vision that is produced by mutual aid projects. Anti-hierarchical. Mutual aid groups are kind of definitionally anti-hierarchical. And I know anarchists can get, kind of up in arms about this and ideological at times, right? There's a quote that you hear often is, we can't recreate the oppressive structures that we're claiming to resist. I definitely think that's true, but I also think that in the context of capitalist and neoliberal nonprofit paradigm, there's a more immediate reason that we need to resist hierarchy, and that's because hierarchy makes us a lot more easy to co-opt, a lot more easy to infiltrate, a lot more easy to get sucked into, the nonprofit world order. Nonprofits have hoarded an immense amount of quantity of resources in our current system, and there'll be constant pressure and temptation to try to integrate into the rest. There'll be grants that are offering you a stable funding source, or supplies from an NGO that happens to be funded by BlackRock, or food from a nonprofit that has big contracts with tech companies. Some kind of distributed decision-making and accountability is necessary to keep ourselves honest and committed to our principles. So with that, I'm going to kind of shift gears into structure. The structure, as anarchists, structure is a real challenge for anarchists. I think we can all admit that. But there's a reason for this. There are valid dilemmas and tensions that make us, both as anarchists and as mutual aid practitioners, wary of structure or critical of it. How do we acquire resources without collaborating with neoliberal systems? How do we build consistency and reliability and sustainability without hierarchy? How do we distribute our finite time and resources and resolve conflicts within the community? All of these things are things that are left with ambiguous, sort of open-ended problems without a clear hierarchical structure. So what I'll say about this is that there's no right answer. There's truly no right answer on how to organize mutual aid and how to structure it. In fact, the experimentation is part of the resilience of the practice. It needs to be flexible and adaptable to different communities, to different community members, different political orientations, and different modes of practices in order to solve the multiplicity of problems and needs that our communities face. So how do we get started? I would say one thing to think about is aligning with your group on, what of these principles are important, what they mean to you, how you prioritize them, what kind of compromises you're willing to make, and what decision-making structures you want to use. And in doing that, I think it's essential to develop a foundational empathetic camaraderie with your comrades in your mutual aid project. You need to have a working understanding of each other's values and orientations and sensitivities in order to build sustainable projects. In working through this tension, you have to get comfortable with disagreements and conflict. It's not essential for the entire group to be completely ideologically aligned, to work together and, again, meet the needs that our community has. Understand that it's okay for conflict to lead to projects splitting up and forking. Despite, the capitalist mantra about economies of scale, for mutual aid, the end goal is actually of unlimited number of small-scale projects on the neighborhood or even individual block scale, constantly evolving and struggling to meet the community's needs. I'm gonna go through some kind of organizational principles, and I'm not gonna go super into detail into these, but these are just some things that there's a lot of discussion and material online that you can look up that I think will help get started. So one, which I said over and over again, non-hierarchical structure. As I discussed, this is really essential to challenge sort of the neoliberal model of charity, philanthropy, nonprofit that mutual aid is in opposition to. Consensus-based decision making. This is the dominant mode of decision making that I've seen in functional mutual aid groups, and it can be pretty challenging. There's a tension to balance between keeping members engaged, invested, and truly involved without having things be so decentralized that nothing can get done. Meeting facilitation. There are a lot of guides online on making sure that meetings are run in an equitable, participatory, and democratic way. And I think that's a really big part of of keeping projects running smoothly. And yeah, one more thing, coming up with sort of an approach to welcoming and incorporating new members is really important to keep your project sort of growing and evolving, and keep existing members from burning out. So I kind of talked a little loosely all over the place. Hopefully this is a helpful start and introduction. Like I said, a lot of these are ideas that, there's tons of discourse and conversation online about that you can look up and become familiar with. But again, not to harp on this point, but the idea is for you to change and modify these structures in ways that work for you and your community. The flexibility itself is an essential feature of everything that we're doing. All right, so with that, I think the next comrade is going to discuss how to acquire and distribute resources.
Yeah, I think so. Actually, 4 of you. Yeah, that might be good.
Great.
Thank you. Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Joan. I'm going to be talking about the sourcing and distribution of resources to your food. And just a little bit about me. I'm affiliated. I don't work further with a group, but I have a lot of experience in the past working with like distros in Lower Manhattan specifically, which is how I've gotten connected to commerce here. So I feel like with structure and everything that Josh just said, you can start thinking about like what you want to do logistically with your distro. And I'm going to start with like sourcing, and I kind of like broke it down to like food and then clothing and like other supplies and hygiene. But starting out with the sourcing food, I feel like something that you like want to consider before learning about how to source and starting that process is just like what you want to serve, what you want to provide as far as food. Like, I think that you should know the community you're in and your neighbors and know generally like the population, the culture, the food traditions that are honored in the area that you want to set up in. And also like be knowledgeable of general like dietary restrictions and allergens, so that's really important to keep people safe. Like you can't obviously accommodate everyone all the time, but I think this is just really essential when you're starting out to just like keep that in mind to try and honor like what people want in your neighborhood. So yeah, you like as far as food, you would I'd probably be doing something like large format, so like you would be serving and like those like catering trays. So like keep that in mind of like what your capacity is. Like you might take inventory of like what you like to make, but also considering like doing that in a larger format is a little different. So like any kind of like little starches, grains, legumes goes a really, really long way when you're serving at a distro. And that can be like very filling and nutritious. So yeah, I feel like those are just questions that you should ask yourself as you start to look for potential ways to get the actual like, foods and ingredients that you need to like prepare your food. So yeah, for sourcing, I think having active and like working relationships in the community is super essential because you need to like ideally I think for me at least it's ideal to not have to buy everything all the time and keep that fundraising push because it can be quite strenuous over time to like keep those funds going and coming up. So if you can like rescue the food, if you can partner with a grocery store, a farmer's market, restaurant, anywhere where you can get free supplies and food, that's really, really cool. So I also understand that that's not always possible as well, and sometimes you just need to put out a weekly fundraising post, like do, but just be really on top of that and like buy your ingredients beforehand so that you have everything you need to like make your food before the distro and be ready to serve it. So also I feel like something that comes up is like dumpster is absolutely a thing as well. But I feel very strongly if you are going to distribute produce and or anything that you get from actually dumping and going into the trash, like maybe tell people where that's coming from. I think it's important to like have informed consent over that because not everybody would want to accept things that are coming from the trash but in that big bag. But yeah, just keeping like in mind people's agency and choice because you want to be, I think, in my opinion, like transparent of where things are coming from. But yeah, so I think overall, like if you can sustain partnerships and like create a working group of like who you know already, like what kinds of relationships you have with local businesses or whoever in the community, take inventory of that and then map that out and then also go from there and see what potential partners you could garner. I think it can be very difficult. I've seen it in the past where there's a lot of like bureaucratic processes that you have to go through in order to get those kinds of that supply going and consistent. So I just want to say right now that takes time. impatient, and you may have to start doing a fundraising push anyways to get things going and started. But in the long term, I would highly, highly encourage trying to go through food rescue and getting discarded, otherwise discarded materials from businesses so that you can kind of sustain it long term. So yeah, I think that's all I had for the food sourcing. And this that's not the only thing that you can do at a district. You can also give out clothing and hygiene supplies, and I can touch just a little bit on that. I think it's a little bit more straightforward when it comes to those kinds of non-perishable items. With clothing, I feel the community can always come by and drop off clothing, for example. I think it's you have to make an ask specifically, if you need more mass clothes or femme clothes, or consider the season. You don't want to accept, maybe depending on your storage capacity, you don't maybe want to take all the clothes that people drop off, because then you're stuck with things that maybe you can't get rid of, which it just depends on the situation. But yeah, so for clothing, I think, and feel free to weigh in if anyone else has any other ideas about clothing and hygiene items. But yeah, doing donation drives is just making an ask to your community to bring what they can, take what you need to the distro. I think is a really good place to start. And that goes for hygiene items too. You can always do a donation drive and have people drop off things that they might not need or have sources to get from. And with the hygiene items, travel size, anything travel size, shampoo, deodorant, lip balms are super helpful, especially as the weather gets colder. That can be even more important and essential. If anything, you can also order them bulk, online, if you have the funds. Something that I've seen people do as well is gather hotel groceries over time and just doing that as well. But yeah, as far as clothing and hygiene, it feels to me that that is an app that you can put out into the community and hope that you could fit, that it comes back around. And it's supplement it with ordering it online. Yeah, and buying. But as far as that, I think that's all I have for
I was just gonna add a couple things on toiletries. Yeah, hotel size, travel size stuff is really good for unhoused neighbors because it's easier for them to support around. And there are a lot of sites that you can order that stuff in bulk. You can do small fundraisers and get a big stash. On clothing, not to discourage anyone from doing it, but I think people often underestimate the amount of work that ends up being sorting through and figuring out what's useful and what's not. So just factor that in. And yeah, to the extent that you can put up specific calls that are relevant to your community, that'll sort of cut down on the amount of sorting that you have to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you don't have to feel pressure to do all of these things at once, especially if you're just starting out. Maybe focus on just food, or focus on just clothing or whatever, because it is a lot. It is super, I feel strenuous to go through, like you said, a lot of clothing donations, because it's a lot of physical space, and yeah, it takes more time. So it's something that you can also consider just working towards and building to as you get comfortable doing this job. But yeah, that was it for sourcing, and I can move on to distribution. Some things, I think I should start with, location. Where do you want to set up? Where do you want to distribute? Location, especially, I can speak, for NYC specifically. I don't know. I think this is an international broadcast, so the laws, the legality is really, really gonna be different from place to place. So I'm gonna speak on New York City because that is what I know. So here, yeah, absolutely.
We have less of a time constraint, so don't feel rushed.
Okay.
And also, if anybody wants to add on any of these topics, maybe someone forgot to ask to bring up, feel free if you have less of a time concept.
Okay.
2 hours now.
2 hours?
We don't have to make 2 hours.
Okay, sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So for location here, somewhere that is like very visible and accessible to like some like people that are just around. So like a park is always an option. Here in New York City, I feel like as long as you set up somewhere that doesn't like actively block like a totally block like a sidewalk or foot traffic, like you're okay. There's also like the question of like so-called publicly owned and privately owned spaces. As far as like law enforcement goes, I feel that if you do decide to set up somewhere that's maybe privately owned, the owner could like have more of a pull, I guess, over like cop intervention. So just like, I'm not going to tell anybody where to set up and where to not really. Like, you do what you feel is absolutely like necessary and essentially like set up the distro, but make that choice with like a safety plan in mind. Be prepared for like any kind of like agitation or cop intervention, and just like have that, to be prepared for that and like have people ready to like confront it and work through those difficulties. Yeah, like scout the area, hang out there, like hang out for a while, for like a couple hours, and see like who is in the area and who like is like who can pull up. So I think that's it. If you have so like when you're actually, once you choose your location, and let's just say that you want to do your food, you want to do hygiene products, you want to do clothing, for example. Something that's really helpful is just to put things out. If you have everything going at once, put things on separate tables so that people can spread out a little bit and the line doesn't like bottleneck too much. And that way also like people can, if they're only there for food, they can get in line and prioritize that. And if they want to grab something else, and they can go to like a different area. And I think that like really helps with the flow of your distro, and can prevent like just crowds and agitation in general. So I think the next thing you want to consider is just like material. This is just like a very basic starting off list of materials that you may want to have on hand. And especially I think it depends on like your storage, but I think for food you want like serving materials, so your, like I said, those like catering size dishes, your plates, something to serve on. You want like cutlery and takeout containers if you can. And for the setup, like have multiple like folding tables where you just like the things that you're going to distro is ideal. Banners are cool to like let people know who you are, who you're about, draw them in, do an art build with your comrades. And then like cleaning supplies is important. It's really essential to like clean up after the space, like you leave no trace, like make sure that you're respecting whatever area that you do your distro in. And I think that just helps. It's conducive to just building like healthy relationships with the area and with the neighbors over time. And like something else to consider is like setting up some kind of transportation system. If you have people who drive and have a car, especially in New York City, like that's always really helpful to have. But like, I think you can make it work especially if you're making it like hyper local. You could definitely make do with like transporting things with a cart or just carrying it in a big bag, whatever works. And some, and some like just kind of to do with structure is what you were saying, but I just want to like talk about those logistics and specifics, like having a list of roles that you think would be necessary, would help like the flow of things as well. So like having a sign-up sheet, for example, like knowing who is available on that specific day can go a long way. So like you could have like a food, if you're doing this food rescue, like pick up, you could have people for that like pre-setup time, and then yeah, that's also your transfer, I guess. And then you could have people that are cooking, and then you want another team for like serving and setting up at the actual space. And I think these roles can also overlap. It just depends, like this is just something that you might want to have just in case. And then, you know, once you serve and once you distribute, you will want people to like stay and clean and help pack up, transport everything, take it back to wherever it came from for your storage. And then, like once you start leaving away, like storage, like taking inventory and like knowing what's there, like having a role for someone to like make sure that you have everything you need, maybe for like the next week. And if you don't, maybe someone needs to order or something. Is where that kind of role would sometimes be. Hi, Robert.
Hi, Robert.
We're still wrapping up. Almost done with my section, and then
Well,
I think
Robert, if you want to add anything, we're talking about food distribution, food sourcing and food distribution.
Yeah.
So when this comrade is done with that part, if you want to add, and also like other resources, right?
Yeah, I talked a little bit about like closing and yeah, I'm happy to like take some more time, especially if you have 2 more hours to expand on that. That's really fun. Yeah, but yeah. That was pretty much all I had. I wanted to reiterate like what Ash was saying.
Okay, at least you have.
Yeah, like just be, you know, take what you learned, take what you feared today, and also be creative and adaptable. And like don't be afraid to like change over time, because you are gonna try things and it's not gonna work, and you're gonna have to like evolve, and that's okay, and that is just like what happens with this kind of thing. But yeah, every distro, every setting, every community is different. So yeah, it's just what I say may not always be applicable to other situations, especially if we're coming from like all over the world. But yeah, it's a learning process, doing a distro, and I think it just requires like patience and trust, and it's just something that's really exciting and really, really, really worth doing. Yeah, that's it.
So, thank you so much, Kamran. Thank you. So the next Kamran is going to talk about community building.
Yeah. Hi. Okay. I really, really hate public speaking, but I'm going to do it anyway. So yeah. Anyway, so I'm going to talk about community building. Like at its most basicness, it's just talking to people and saying hi and getting to know them and listening to them and hearing about their problems and thinking about how you can contribute to, you know, finding other solutions for them. But like to go a little bit deeper and like think on more of a personal level, I saw this quote on the Woke Scientist Instagram that said communal bonds create collective endurance, and that really spoke to me. I thought about before I got involved in mutual aid, like 10 years ago, I was like super depressed, and I was doing the thing that like a lot of New Yorkers do, just like walking down the street, like blinders on, like not really making connections or ties to the community, like not really feeling like I fit in, like where I was going to work and such. And fast forward to thinking about that difference now, I mean, it took branching out and getting out of that comfort zone and talking to people and making those connections intentionally. But building trust, like showing up, getting to learn from people, helps to build those bonds. Having, you know, sharing a meal together. You know, traditional nonprofit charities, they're going to give someone food, but they're not necessarily going to sit down and eat with them
So when you're in a distro space and you're all eating the same thing, you're waiting online just like they are, it builds that trust where you can then start to talk and get to know people, and it's really just like getting to know people in your everyday life, and kind of seeing that their struggle, their problems are interconnected to yours, and not like going back to that thinking of like being with your blinders on, like seeing things as, instead of just hearing somebody say they're struggling with something, thinking about like what resources or knowledge do you have that can help them, and then that also comes back to you. Not handling your problems like alone and individually, and it's not handling problems, but also like sharing in joy like through the problems is also super important. So I'm with a few different groups downtown. They all kind of develop organically, but most of them I wouldn't say are by people who live right there in the neighborhood. And so it's important when you're kind of coming into a park or a corner to really talk and invest in the people who are there and listen to them and let them kind of like lead the way on what's going on in that neighborhood, or in that specific space, and don't think like this is where the difference of like charity versus mutual aid comes in. Listening to the impacted people, but still like having the resources that you have that can contribute. I just got my flip-flop. Anyway, really though, like I've seen that, I see where the benefit of doing this on your street really is, like in your neighborhood, talking to your neighbors, both house and unhoused. You know, like when we're talking about how do you find food sources, like that's also community building. That's also connecting with the local businesses or organizations, and connecting to help share resources. And, you know, it is harder when, if somebody has to travel a half an hour to get somewhere, it's going to be harder to keep up in an organic way. Going back to the beginning, what I was saying about mutual aid is kind of integrating it into your life. It's not volunteerism. It's not you go in, you do a task, you clock out. It's every day. It's people have problems at 2 o'clock in the morning and call you and they need help right then and there. It's not just saying, oh, well, I just signed up for my shift at 2 p.m. Like, I'm sorry, I can't deal with this now. It's all the time. And so like having a community like right where you live is very helpful in sustaining whatever project or building that community when you can just, you know, respond to whatever issue that's coming up and be there very quickly for someone. I also want to say community doesn't just have to be on the ground. There's a lot of people who have maybe disabilities and they can't be in person, but this can still be built virtually. You can have meetings and connect with people on social media. You can connect with people, and we have a lot of people in all the groups that I'm involved with who maybe do stuff more remote, and are still able to share and connect and contribute. It doesn't always have to just be in person. But yeah, when I think about like the people that have sustained each of the projects that I'm with. Like, it really comes down to those bonds that were made, like, when you're organizing your supplies at like 10 p.m. and you're really tired and you just want to go home. Or we did a community movie with one of my groups last week, and just sharing in that everybody can connect to that experience of watching together or sharing a meal, and that consistent showing up for one another is what builds the trust and the foundation of your group. Does anybody have anything else they want to add to building community? I think it's just really, and not over promising things to people. Like when you go, like I see a lot of people come into things and they want to be so helpful and they want to be all over the place and doing all the things, but like really be clear about what your capacity is and what can you offer, whether that's like you're meeting someone, a neighbor on the street, or whether that's in your mutual aid group. It's so much better to like consistently follow through with a smaller amount of things than to say you're going to do like 20 things, or tell a homeless person, yeah, you're going to get them, you know, a computer, you're going to raise money for a computer, and then it falls through. Like, really be clear about what you can offer and what your capacity is, because people have had lots of experiences with others not coming through for them, and you don't want to be like another person doing that, and that kind of degrades the trust if, you know, you keep saying, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, and not able to do it. And also, I think Ash talked earlier about conflict. Like, when you're engaging in community, when you're engaging with people, period, conflict is going to come up. People are not going to agree on everything, and like that's okay. I see groups fall apart over conflict, over not being willing to like engage in that all the way through. It can be messy. Feelings are going to come up like that. If you're looking for just like, I see a lot of people come into groups who are not really willing to go through that, and they still have that volunteer mindset of, I'm going to come in, I'm going to do my task, I'm going to leave, everything's kind of already like set out for me. But like, that's not really community building. That's not really being engaged with one another. And if we just discard people, and it just keeps, if every time we disagree with someone, we discard people, we're going to be left alone, and it's not going to make the world any better. So I think that's really important. So working through the conflict, even if it's messy or if it's slower than we want it to be. Community to me is just really knowing that another person has your back and is going to stick through. And that doesn't mean that you don't ever hold somebody accountable, but just that like you're willing to be engaged and you're willing to keep learning and talking and listening to one another, and allow for the reciprocity of not just you're giving, you're also going to receive from others and let them be there for you as well. Anybody else want to add anything?
Thanks so much. Yeah, I mean, building community is a big part of what makes mutual aid, and so it's a very important aspect to think about. And yeah, I like the way that you framed it in terms of you know, building that connectivity with the people that you're serving and the people who are interested. The next topic is
yeah, if you are like, if you are making those connections and you are like putting in that effort, it's harder to disengage. It's harder to just like walk away. So it's not volunteerism. It's you are invested. and you feel like you have this connection that you have to maintain, and that's what like we want for all of us. You know, like we want.
That's what makes it resilient.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Consistent and reliable and all those other things. Feeling a sense of accountability
and that's for like the folks who show up as we're the organizers, and that's for the folks who show up as we're here because we rely on this space. But when you have this sort of like connecting, that those lines disappear. You know, when you have those lines where people showing up for each other, those lines of like where you are in the position of that space disappear. It just becomes like an actual community.
Yeah, and that's why I really, really hate the term volunteer, because like that's not what I'm doing. I don't clock out. It's just all the time. I have my set distro days, but there's all the things in between to make sure that there's food there to run an actual distro, but then there's also like the relationships that sometimes like somebody needs to move and they need help doing that, or somebody's having a mental health crisis that needs to be responded to right away. That it's just life. It's not just tasks.
Right. Actually, I think we were misinformed. We don't have 2 hours.
Our time just got cut again?
Yeah. We're on the same schedule. So.
Okay, so how are we doing on time?
I think 6:20.
It's 6:06. So
That's perfect.
We got 10 minutes. So can we
I'm gonna make this real short. Yeah. So
you want to scoot in or?
I think I'm good.
Okay. You want to be up here?
No, I'm fine. So I think like in a mutual aid space, obviously we don't want to. What are you doing? Obviously, we don't want to like recreate the world that we are rejecting. So we think of safety in a different way, and especially the folks that tend to seek out mutual aid spaces. Like these folks are like people who are very unsafe in everyday life. Disenfranchised, marginalized, targeted by the state. So like, what is defined as safety was defined by the people who are the safest in the world. The people that have power are the ones who tell us what's safe. So they'll say that like an unhoused man who is like asking for aid is unsafe, but not that this person needs to ask aid because they're starving to death. That's not like considered unsafe. That's just considered the way it is, in this world we live in. So in a mutual aid space, we recognize that like what is safety is that we have like the things that we need to survive. We prioritize that, and what makes people uncomfortable doesn't mean you're unsafe. Just because someone who's going through so much and dealing with all kinds of stuff is expressing that's because they've never been heard. So we want to listen to that, and we want to address that, so that person feels safe. That person feels looked out for. There are like actual like safety things that can arise in a mutual aid space, because if you're you have to be an abolitionist space, otherwise you're not doing mutual aid. So like conflicts are going to arise, and that's not something that we as abolitionists are going to seek out state aid, because actually it doesn't make anything better or safer. We are going to resolve that amongst ourselves, and there's always like sort of issues that we're still trying to figure out about, like accountability, about forms of like justice and safety that don't replicate like what the state does. And I think like safety is more about in the space itself. The cop can be an unsafe presence.
Cops are always an unsafe presence.
Yeah, but like definitely in a mutual aid space where there are people, a population that is like targeted by the state.
Right, even more.
And, yeah, even more so. And they tend to like get attention, like the state tends to give attention to these spaces because they realize that okay, there's unhoused people there. There's other folks that like maybe the neighbors are going to be calling 311 on. So like we want to make sure that like the cops do not sort of come to harass or threaten our community, and they really don't have a lot of power, like stopping us from what we do, because we're not doing anything that they could like cite as like illegality, like illegality. Like we're not selling food. Everything that's there is something we're giving away, so they can't, when they first see you in the space, they may say, "Oh, are you selling food?" And then they find out we're not. They may have like, a noise complaint. So I guess you got to be careful with like the amplified sound, because we do have spaces where we like to have music as a part of it. The police do show up for noise complaints. But yeah, I think other than that, there's not really much they can do.
But you need to kind of feel it out for your neighborhood, and outside of New York, obviously the laws are going to be different. Police response can vary widely. And you may have to be prepared for more aggressive or more intense state violence, depending on where and how you're doing your job.
Yeah, so I think like I think we're more pressed for time now. So does anybody want to add anything real quick on this before we move on?
I think we're good. Okay, so
Robert, did you want to add anything?
No, I think you guys covered it all.
All right, so we're going to go on.
So our last comment is going to talk about political education, which, again, a really important part of mutual aid that is often unfortunately overlooked, but this summer has done a lot of work in rectifying that.
All right, cool. Yeah. Thank you everybody and for having me. I'm with MASS, Extension of Mutual Aid and Scientific Socialism. As the name suggests, we are a Marxist organization. We're not anarchists, but we appreciate the anarchists for having us. Scientific socialism is opposed to utopian socialism. We're not just sitting around in a room talking about theory, trying to figure out who's imperialist and who's not. We're actually out in the street addressing the material conditions, trying to make a change in our neighborhood and trying to bring people together. There's a big debate among activists about whether or not, some people, they say mutual aid is the most revolutionary thing, the foundation of revolution, and some people say, it doesn't do anything and it's a waste of time. From our perspective, it's mostly 80% is just a nice thing to do. It's just something to do for your neighbors that's just kind and kind of baseline, something that you should do for other humans. But we also do believe that it could lead to other organizing. We've been focused on a lot of ice wash stuff, maybe tenant unions, just generally bringing people together. It leads to a lot of new opportunities for organizing. But we do say that mutual aid in and of itself is not a revolutionary act. We highly recommend this essay from the Tice Collective called Malcolm X Didn't Dish Out Free Bean Pies. I think it's almost an essential read for folks organizing mutual aid. So onto the poly ed stuff. We recently completed our political education program. We did an 8-week program, and we're building up our next one. We built it up doing outreach at our distribution for community members to join. We also have, like sign-up lists and different group chats and stuff, namely for reporting Ice Watch sightings, but we could also link the educational programs through our email list and through our group chats and stuff. So we had pretty good turnouts. We started with, more simpler concepts such as like surplus value, surplus labor, moving into dialectical materialism, and eventually we got into colonialism and more recent debates in the nature of imperialism and whether or not China is imperialist, et cetera, et cetera. So it was very interesting. As Marxists, we believe that education is integral to building revolution, from Lenin to Mao to Fred Hampton, et cetera, et cetera. We always taught that it could be no revolution without revolutionary theory and scientific materialist analysis. But we also say that political education is also important to combat ideological grip that imperialism holds on everybody. We know that we all have certain ideas and biases that we may not even be conscious of that's imbued in us as a product of the system. So we think that political education is useful to study and to push ourselves to break down these thought patterns. So, although we do believe that material conditions are primary, and that's what we really focus on, we cannot discard the superstructural ideological conditioning. So we use political education to combat ideological myths and beliefs, as well as to sharpen our revolutionary consciousness and to organize more effectively. We kind of do it in two parts. We have our outward-facing one, which we have an educational committee that's focused on organizing this 8-week program and future studies. And then we also host internal studies with, very dedicated comrades and organizations in the neighborhood. Kind of we use as a way to also bring different organizations together. We recently did 10 weeks on Lenin's imperialism, and we will do, other books shortly. But, we think that as much as action is the foundation of movements, without no theory, we might just be going in circles forever. So we think that study is very important. I wrote down a couple points also to add on to what other folks were saying in terms of the clothing drive. I think it's a good point. I just wanted to add on that we very explicitly ask people that are walking past the distro when we're letting them know, like, yo, we did mutual aid, boom, 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 here's a little flyer, check this out. We tell them, one of the first things that we say is, if you have anything to donate to us that we could give out to the community, like, let us know, because people are sometimes hesitant to take things, especially if they're, relatively comfortable, they're okay in their life. They might think something like, oh, I gotta leave it for somebody else. But if you tell them, like, yo, we're also taking donations, like if you have extra clothes or if you want to cook for us, it makes it a lot more of a mutual exchange. And it's been very valuable in terms of like bringing people together. And we have like aunties on the bars that cooking like frying fish for us now and stuff. But it's super beautiful, and I think it's definitely important to make people feel like they have a responsibility in like keeping it going as well. I also agree very strongly that it's important to do the mutual aid like as close as possible to where you live at, just in terms of like meeting your neighbors. But it could also lead to so much other work, like I mentioned earlier, like tenant work, block associations, Ice Watch stuff, things of that nature. So I think the closer location you can find to where you actually live at, especially if you're the one hosting like the tables and the cooking and things of that nature, that would be super valuable. And yeah, I had some thoughts on hierarchy and stuff too, but I know we're running out of time and that might get into a whole nother argument. So we'll leave that one for now.
How are we on time?
5 minutes maybe.
Robert, you got anything you want to add or jump in on?
Yeah, I mean, I would just add that, I think the thing that really separates mutual aid from charity is the political education component. And oftentimes it's very hard to kind of do that praxis, because as you get into the work, you kind of get caught up in the nitty gritty and the logistics of it all, and you kind of forget to integrate that. But I think especially doing mutual aid around food, it's a great opportunity to integrate those things. Like, I think even for Marxists, they understand that if you want to like understand how capitalism works and how commodities work, the basic starting point is food in a community. And the fact that there is, you know, these scrappy groups of people able to feed such a bigger group of people points to like one of the problems with capitalism, which is this general overproduction of commodities to try to make profits, which is why there's so much food produced and not able to be sold, made a profit from. So then it ends up in the hands of us to ensure it doesn't get like thrown in a dump.
Your mic went off. Robert, your mic went off there.
That was me. I stopped talking, so I turned my mic.
Oh, okay. Wrap it up.
Does anybody have any closing thoughts? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I think just like, I do believe that mutual aid can be revolutionary. I do feel that like you need a structure in place for revolution. You need a system separate where people depend on each other for food and safety, care, separate from like the one that we have, so we can like sustain a revolution. And I think that's what mutual aid should grow into. That structure, that underlying structure for a revolution, and that could start in the neighborhood. The neighborhood could be a base of power. Every single neighborhood could be its own base of power. That might be a little anarchist, but you know, like.
But to get to what you put on the flyer, it can be a base of power in opposition to the local police precinct, right? Like that is sort of the thing that you're setting up. I think that
Every neighborhood is occupied by a police precinct.
Yeah, we are under occupation.
Every neighborhood is occupied a police precinct, and there's ways that neighborhoods could like counter that, could negate that, is by building their own internal systems of care and safety. So then the police is obsolete. The police do not get called because the neighborhoods have those systems in place that they develop, which is like mutual aid. Mutual aid is not just about eating together. It's about also looking out for each other, it's about fighting together too. So yeah, I think
also just don't let all the logistics intimidate you. Like, you can just start just do the shit. Like, yeah, it's really not that hard. Like, you see people
with the table.
Yeah, you don't even need a table. Like, go out with a bag of sandwiches and water, and like say hi to people and introduce, or like just cigarettes. Like, go around with a pack of cigarettes and just like use that to talk to people and grow from there. Like, if you try to, which I try to do, but like if you try to do everything perfectly, you'll never do shit. But like if you just do it, just say hi, just talk to people, just get to know people, and just let it grow from there.
Oh, one last thing. I guess this is for like mutual aid organizers. We really need to like bring in folks who are coming to us to rely on our space, bring them into the organizing. So they could bring back to like their block, and we can support that. We can support that. We can help develop that. We can use the resources that we have access to open up that access to like the folks who can do this on their own block.
I think that's a great point to end on. Thanks so much for joining us. Hope that this was helpful discussion, elaboration, theory, practicalities of doing mutual aid, why you should do it, and you can get out there and do it all.
Thank you so much. Thank you. No, they do. Thank you.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, yeah. Hey, this was great.
Yeah.
So now we're bringing the next workshop to discuss anarchist perspectives from Brazil and specifically struggles of around public transportation and public space in the OSL in Brazil. We welcome Felipe to join us now for the second time, or back to the Anarchist Book Fair.
Hello, Felipe, hello.
And you just need to unmute both. Yeah, we are.
Tudo bem?
Tudo bem, meu querido.
And Victor, yeah. Welcome, guys.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you. Good night. Good evening, everyone.
Let me just see if I can put the presentation here, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let us know if you have trouble. Yes.
Great. Just 1 second. Is it okay?
Yes, perfect.
Great. Just tell us when we can start, okay?
You are welcome to begin.
All right.
Ô, Felipe, alinha melhor. Se alinha aí na câmera, Felipe. Você não tá aparecendo. Por causa da borda. Isso. Vem pra direita.
Aqui assim?
Isso.
Ok. So, good evening, comrades. We are Felipe Correa and Victor Khaled from Brazil. We are members of the Institute for Anarchist Theory and History and the Libertarian Socialist Organization in Brazil. And today we have prepared a talk on anarchism and the struggle for zero transportation in Brazil. Okay, we will divide our presentation in 3 parts, and we will talk about anarchism and contemporary Brazilian anarchist struggles. And after, we will talk about transportation struggles and free fare. And finally, anarchism, class struggle, and transportation. Okay, so I will start with the first topic, saying that our conception of anarchism here in our presentation is based on my book Black Flag, Rediscussing Anarchism, that is not translated into English yet. But on this book, basically, I make a critical review of the most influential literature on anarchism in Portuguese, English, Spanish, and French, and I make the identification of problems and gaps in the analysis, proposing a new theoretical methodological approach to redefine what is anarchism, its main debates and currents. Okay, basically, what Black Flag does is to deal with some misconceptions about anarchism, sustained by the common sense, by adversaries and enemies of anarchism, but also by sympathetic authors. Okay, and in my point of view, these misconceptions basically results from methodological problems. Okay, basically, this misconception says, as you may know, that anarchism is disorder, chaos, destruction, or anarchism is petit bourgeois ideology, idealistic, linked to the backward world, etc. And sympathetic authors have sustained that anarchism is synonym of anti-statism, struggle against authority, antithesis of Marxism, an incoherent doctrine, ended in 1939 with the end of the Spanish Revolution. Anarchism had little popular impact, competed with syndicalism, and a lot of other conclusions that we do not agree with. Okay, in this book, I propose to consider anarchism as a libertarian, revolutionary, and socialist ideology or doctrine, and we have to be careful not to be confused when I talk about ideology with the idea of false consciousness that we see in the Marxian or Marxist thought, okay? And to consider ideology or doctrine, this set of thoughts and actions that emerge in the relationship between popular movements and theorists or thinkers. And anarchism, in this view, it's not fundamentally a way of reading reality, a theoretical methodological body, but a body of political ideological principles aimed at a revolutionary social transformation. So in the book, I sustain that there is some unity of principle among anarchists in the last 150 years in the whole world. Okay, and this conception is based basically on three axes. First one, the critique of domination. The second one, the defense of self-management. And the third one, a fundamental strategy. I will talk a bit about these three axes. Okay, first one, critique of domination. I'm talking about hierarchical relationship, command obedience relationship, with some people deciding what concerns to everyone. Domination is the basis of inequality and social injustice. And domination can have different forms. I put here the main class forms. I'm talking about labor exploitation, physical coercion, political bureaucratic domination, and cultural alienation. And domination can be class-based, but also, as we are discussing here, every day, domination can also be based in national basis. So when we talk on imperialism, colonialism, we're talking about national domination, but Also, we can talk about gender, sexual-based domination, ethnic or racial-based domination. And when we have this whole system of domination articulated, we can say that we live in a system of domination. And historically, anarchists criticized this kind of system and proposal the defense of self-management, or these antitheses of domination, or participation in decision-making process to the extent that one is affected by them. I'm talking about grassroots decisions and rotating delegation with grassroots control. Anarchists have proposed self-managed society, or the socialization of property, possibly combined with family property in rural areas, democratic self-government, what means political socialization, management by workers' associations, delegation in the model I told you, and self-managed culture, what is to create a new ethic, a new culture, some education, communication, leisure projects, and so on. And this generalization, that mode, could be called a system of self-management. But in the book, I also identify some fundamental strategy common to all anarchists, despite the great differences that existed. That is basically leaving the system of domination and arriving at the system of self-management, and establishing a set of ends and means, of objectives, of strategies, of tactics, and the subordination of means to ends. Basically, I consider that anarchists proposed to transform the capacity or the potential force of the oppressed classes into strength, social force, and with this to transform this force through a revolutionary process in some kind of power, self-managed power, okay, in the three spheres, or in economy and politics and culture, mobilizing in class struggle oppressed classes as a whole, or all kind of workers, urban, rural workers, peasants, precarious workers, marginalized, and others, poor in general. This strategy says that anarchists are against the conquest of positions in capitalism and the state, and against individual or sectoral mobility, and for social transformation, for social revolutionary socialist transformation. Anarchists have defended also self-management processes of struggles and the inevitably of a violent social revolution to transform the society. Okay, here you can see this strategy from the system of domination to the system of self-management, transforming labor exploitation into property socialization, transforming physical coercion and political bureaucratic domination into democratic self-government, transforming cultural alienation into self-managed culture, and a class society into a classless society. Ensure transforming national, gender, sexuality, race, ethnicity dominations into the end of domination at all levels. That's the anarchist historical projects, despite the different currents and despite the different strategies and so on. When we talk about the resurgence of Brazilian anarchism, we can say that despite the enormous strength that anarchism and syndicalism had in Brazil in the first decades of the 20th century, Brazilian anarchism was very weakened when the military coup took place in Brazil in 1964. Okay, unlike other Latin American countries as Argentina or Uruguay, where anarchists had a huge experience of struggling against the dictatorship with mass resistance and armed resistance. In Brazil, the process was different, and during the military dictatorship, repression practically eliminated anarchism in the country. So this resurgence in anarchism will take place only in the late 70s and the early 80s, with the gradual opening political process that anarchy started to reemerge more significantly. Okay, the 80s were the stage for this resurgence I'm talking to you. On the 80s, we saw the creation and or the reestablishment of anarchist publishing houses, newspapers, cultural centers, and also these first attempts after the dictatorship to reestablish union and community struggles. Okay, here I put two pictures. The first one, the Social Culture Center. It is an anarchist center funded in the 30s, but it was closed during the dictatorship, and after, in the 80s, it started to function again. And in the other picture, a newspaper published in the northeast of the country called The King's Enemy. It started to be published in the end of the 70s and continued to be published in the 80s. In red here, you can read American racism, kill black again. So it's denouncing the racism in America, like in the beginning of the 80s, and it's a complete actual issue. No. The 90s were years of consolidation for Brazilian, and important initiatives were carried out, such as the establishment of the so-called specificista anarchism in the country under the influence of the Uruguayan Anarchist Federation. I arrived in anarchism exactly in the end of the 90s, beginning of the 2000s, and I participated of these initiatives in the beginning of the 2000s, that initiatives where Brazilian anarchists played significant roles among other struggles. And I would mention People Global Action. Okay, so it was the Brazilian arm of the global resistance movement here. Brazilian Indie Media, I was part of both. And also anarchists had contributions to transportation movements, and the Free Fair movement, Khaled, that will talk after me, participated on both initiatives. Okay, so I put some pictures here. The first one, it was in 2000, a PGA mobilization in São Paulo, Brazil. And second one, our logo in Indie Media, Brazil. And after, to finish my part, two important initiatives on transportation movements and mobilizations. The first one, the Turnstile Revolt in Florianopolis, and the second one, the Free Fair movement in São Paulo. Comrade Khaled will talk to you now about these initiatives, and will profound this discussion on transportation struggle, free fare, and after he will talk about our role as anarchists on these struggles. So thank you very much, comrades. I pass the word to Khaled. We'll continue the talk.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. First, I want to thank you for the invitation, the event organizers, and the entire audience. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to participate in this event and speak about a topic that has moved me for 20 years. I began my political militance in the context Felipe mentioned earlier, the resurgence of Brazilian anarchism. I participated in in People Global Action mobilizations and, above all, the Free Fair movement. I began my journey in the movement shortly after its founding in 2005, and I remain a part of it to this day, as this is an issue that deeply moves me. To begin, I will talk a little about transportation struggle and free fare in transportation. Mobility issues have generated moments of unrest and popular revolt, not only in Brazil but throughout Latin America. In this regard, the free fare movement stated that, like a ghost that haunts cities, leaving vivid marks on space and memory, popular revolts surrounding public transportation have plagued the history of Brazil metropolises since their inception. Next, please. To illustrate this, I have provided a few examples. I won't be able to go into detail due to time constraints, but I will show some of these moments, some of these uprisings to illustrate what I'm talking about. To begin, I will mention the Caracazo in Venezuela in 1989 and the Estalido Social in Chile in 2019. Two massive popular uprisings. Please back. Gigantic spontaneous revolts initially motivated by protests against increase in public transportation fares. Next, please. In Brazil, next slide, yes. In Brazil, the first of these uprisings, still in 19th century, was the Vintém Revolt in Rio de Janeiro in 1879. Next, please. Other examples were the Bote Revolt in Niterói, in the metropolitan region of Rio de Janeiro in 1959. Next. And the Halfar strike in São Luís, in the northeast of the country in 1979. Next. More contemporary examples were the Buzu Revolt in Salvador in 2003 and the Turnstile Revolts in Florianopolis in 2004 and 2005, which were fundamental to founding of the free fare movement. Next. Finally, in 2013, we had the June Journeys, a large-scale mobilization, a national uprising initiated by the struggle against the increase in public transportation fares, and which was the moment when the zero fare agenda was nationalized. In the next, please. In the early 2000s, this rich history of popular uprisings over transportation in Brazil gained an important element of organization and mobilization, the Movimento Passe Livre or Free Fare movement. As we saw, despite popular struggle and uprisings for public transportation in Brazil have existed since the 19th century, it was just in the early 2000s that this new element emerged, a social movement whose central agenda is the struggle for public transportation, the Free Fare movement. Founded in 2005, this movement began to coordinate a series of local collectives and became a major driving force and the protagonist of the mobilizations that brought public transportation to the forefront. Furthermore, this movement was central to the nationalization of the zero fare debate. Since then, the mobilizations around transportation ceased to be spontaneous and gained an element of organization promoted by the free fare movement. Here is a call from the Independent Media Center in the media from January 2005. The call for the national plenary to build a national movement for the free fare. In January 2005, during the 15th World Social Forum, the founding plenary session of the Free Fare movement defined the movement's charter, containing its principles and its strategic perspectives. At the founding of the Free Fare movement, it was defined that the movement would be autonomous, independent, and not affiliated with political parties, although it does not oppose them. The movement also defined that the fight for student free fares is not an end in itself. It's the initial instrument for debate on transforming the current conception of urban public transportation, rejecting the market-driving approach to transportation, and opening the fight for free, high-quality public transportation for society as a whole, for public transportation outside of the private sector. By 2013, only 14 cities in Brazil had implemented zero fare in transportation. But the June journeys of 2013 contributed to nationalizing the debate and achievements in this field. This is an article from a major Brazilian newspaper, Estado de São Paulo, from 2023, shortly before the 2024 municipal elections, stating that the June journeys, those massive protests of June 2013, inspired the nationalization of zero fares, which promised to dominate the 2023 and 24 elections. The article states that this slogan of the Free Fare movement, which lit the fuse for the June 2013 demonstrations, which was zero fares, is now a reality in 72 cities across the country. In 2023, 3.2 million Brazilians didn't pay a dime when using the public transportation system. And the map of the adoption of the policy that makes the service free, as well as healthcare and education, included municipalities in 12 of Brazil's 27 states. Updating these numbers to September 2025, now zero fare is a reality in 137 cities across the country. You see, in 2023, it was 72 cities, and today it's 137. In other words, just as the newspaper said, zero fare was indeed a very important point in the last municipal elections. Since then, it has expanded from 72 to 137 cities, and from 3.2 million to over 7 million Brazilians who don't have to pay to use the public transportation system. In other words, zero fare is a public policy that has truly gained fundamental importance. To understand why we say this agenda became nationalized in 2013, we need to remember that in that year, only 14 cities in Brazil had already implemented zero fare, and of them with fewer than 20,000 inhabitants. This was a very limited policy. Since 2013, following this social explosion of transportation uprisings, which had the free fare movement as a leading force, we have jumped from 14 to 137 seats. Repeating, we have jumped from 14 to 137 cities, and this number is only growing. Today, Brazil is the country with the largest number of cities and experience of zero-fare public transportation in the world. This is thanks to the influence of the free fare movement and all the transportation struggles and uprisings it participated, especially the June protests of 2013. We must always keep in the mind the history of the zero fare agenda being nationalized in June 2013. Until then, when these revolts, driven and led by the free fare movement, took to the streets, this was a very limited policy. Considering the current scenario of the zero fare campaign in Brazil, some issues can be highlighted. Basically, after two decades of construction and mobilization in the streets, the legacy is significant. This political process began in 2003 with the Buzu Revolt, and it exploded during the June journeys in 2013. It took the public transportation agenda out of bureaucrats' office and included a new actor in the discussion: public transportation users, the working class, with a certain anarchist role in the process. Since its founding, the free fare movement in Brazil has been deeply inspired by autonomous movements and had a very strong and important influence from anarchists. Today, the scenario is more complex. The right, in particular, tries to forget and hide the legacy of the movements and the streets, this history of struggle for transportation, of popular uprisings, and portrays the implementation of zero fare as something unrelated to this process. The traditional left was pressured to recognize the relevance of the free fare project. Fernando Haddad, mayor of São Paulo from the Workers' Party, compared in 2016 the free fare in transportation with free trips to Disney. He said that it was necessary a magician to promote this free fare. This year, if we see this article of another major Brazilian newspaper, Folha de São Paulo, it says that a Workers' Party congressman from Haddad's party is releasing a book about zero fare on public transportation. Curious fact, the book has a foreword by the current Minister of Economy, the same Haddad, who has been involved in the debates on the topic because President Lula asked him to prepare a study on a national policy for implementing zero fare. Look at all the change. A little over a decade ago, during the June protests, when the free fare movement brought the discussion and nationalized the zero fare campaign, Haddad compared it to free trips to Disney. He ridiculed the proposal in 2013 and 2016. And today he's delving into the issue, writing the foreword for a book defending zero fare. As I said, the results on that are clear, because today 137 cities and 7 million Brazilians don't pay for public transportation. They have the right to come and go, to move around, the right to go, the right to the city guaranteed, thanks to this history of popular movements. This is a great victory. To conclude, because time is running out, I would like to make some observations on our role as anarchists in this struggle related to public transportation. Next. Our role as anarchists is to maintain the memory of these processes, such as the one taking place in Brazil, by remembering the role that popular movements and social struggles played in these achievements. It's also to highlight the relevance of the transportation agenda, zero fares, and the right to the city for to the city for workers today. It's important to remember that the segregation imposed by the current urban mobility model in Brazil and around the world has been and continues to be a major fuel for these struggles. As anarchists, it is essential that we understand the social problem and mobilize workers to build popular movements that raise this issue. It is our duty as anarchists to create and participate in these movements, and also to influence and contribute in an organized manner to their strategic lines. This means fighting for these movements to become mass movements and to assume a class struggle perspective, to be guided by combativeness, class independence, and direct action, to build on self-managed and federalist mechanisms, and to promote a true grassroots democracy, to adopt a transformative perspective, and to be capable of promoting unity between social movements and unions, and advancing to construction of effective self-managed popular power. I conclude here and hope to continue the discussion if there is time for questions. Thank you very much, and we remain at our disposal.
Hey, thanks so much.
Thank you very much, comrades.
Was wondering if you could compare this to, I know you mentioned what happened in Chile, but I was wondering if you could compare specifics historically with what happened in Chile in 2019.
Khaled, se puder falar pouco sobre o que aconteceu no Chile com a questão do transporte, pode falar em português e aí eu traduzo, tá bom? So answer in English and I will translate after, okay?
Yeah.
Tá. Primeiro, desculpa, né? Eu não sou muito fluente no inglês, então prefiro responder as perguntas em português, tá? Sobre o Chile, em 2019, a gente teve um processo, né, imenso de massas, que é chamado de estalido social, que teve como estopim uma revolta contra o aumento nas tarifas do transporte público em Santiago, a capital do Chile, e esse protesto de rua, né, tomou as ruas primeiro de Santiago, depois de todo o país, novas bandeiras, né, apareceram, ele se massificou muito por conta da violência brutal dos carabineiros, da polícia, dos policiais chilenos, e teve como saldo, né, o reconhecimento da necessidade de criação de uma nova constituinte, né, se iniciou o processo de rediscutir a Constituição do Chile, que é uma Constituição que foi herdada, né, da ditadura militar do general Pinochet. Então, os protestos tiveram essa magnitude, né?
Khaled is saying he's sorry because he's not so fluent in English, but he was talking that Chile in 2019 lived a huge mass process of mobilization. It was called the estallido social, And it started with a transportation protest that gained a mass character, mainly because in the process, and the police contributed to this massification. Basically, Khaled has talked that it was really important because this process made the government to recognize all these claims made by popular movement, and these ended after the took place in the whole country, as you know, in the process of Chile's last constitution designed was made through the dictatorship of General Pinochet. And so this whole process that started with this transportation mobilization ended in an important rediscussion, a new constitution to the country. Is interesting between transportation issue and the whole revolt of 2019, and this pointing to the discussion of a new constitution.
It's similarly with journeys in Brazil, because the increase of transportation fares leave a mass of population to the streets, and the police reagiu, como que é? The violence of the policies will
reacted, yeah.
And this will make the uprising a massive protest, both by the transportation initially.
Anybody got any questions?
I'm curious, why do you think this issue resonated? Why do you think transportation is the issue that, was something that people were willing to really fight for?
Did you hear that?
Por que o transporte... Yeah, por que o transporte é uma questão que mobiliza tanto? Por que você acha que ele engaja? Pode falar em português que eu traduzo.
Bom, vamos em português, então. Essa é uma resposta complexa, né? Mas, em primeiro lugar, porque o transporte ele é um elemento transversal para o funcionamento das cidades, né? Então, você só tem acesso à cultura, ao lazer, ao trabalho, à saúde, à educação, se você pudesse deslocar na cidade e chegar nos locais onde esses serviços são oferecidos, né? Então, ele tem esse papel, né, de ser um elemento transversal para o funcionamento da cidade e para o acesso aos direitos sociais. Em segundo lugar, porque ele é muito precarizado, então a gente se acostuma, né, a uma situação, né, de usar um serviço que é precário, que é ruim e que é caro, ao longo do tempo, vai naturalizando isso, mas esse ódio, né, essa revolta com essa situação vai sendo guardada, mas quando vem um aumento da tarifa, né, aí essa revolta explode, costuma explodir, né, tem essa tradição de explodir. E principalmente porque o transporte ele tem um custo muito alto no orçamento das famílias brasileiras e na América Latina, né? Por ser privatizado, por ser caro, ele consome uma fatia muito alta do nosso orçamento. Então é dinheiro da alimentação, né? De moradia, de roupas, de necessidades básicas que acaba sendo gasto com algo que deveria ser um serviço público, que é um serviço público essencial, mas é pago, né? E aí isso gera uma revolta muito grande, porque mexe também na economia das cidades, principalmente dos mais pobres, que ou não podem se deslocar pela cidade, ficam presos, né, nos bairros por falta de dinheiro, ou que tem que despender grande parte do seu orçamento para fazer esses deslocamentos.
So Khaled is saying that this is not an easy answer, but he pointed some important things here. Okay, people in general mobilize through transportation issues because transportation is a transversal element to all public services in cities. So it's really important for people to use the public transportation to access public services, to access rights, to access the cities. So that we are normally accustomed to use a bad service and an expensive service. That's the situation. Real transportation is a bad transportation, but is also an expensive transportation. And from time to time, normally in the moment of increasing the price of the fare, people start to work with this mobilization. And this normally works because transportation has a huge impact in the budget of the families. It represents an important amount of money of the families. So normally it's something that helps us to mobilize people, to talk to people. Everybody use the public transportation. So this thing of quality, of price, and everything related to public transportation from time to time, it become mass mobilizations in Brazil. And sure, we are not talking that this is our priorities of achievement, but since we saw that in the United States people are discussing this project, we thought it would be important to share this experience and to discuss that anarchism could contribute to these struggles, to this issue, and to help to build a popular movement, a project of popular power to these struggles and to these issues, and don't let this this issue to be managed just by bureaucrats or the traditional left or by Democrats there and so on. So we have a role on these processes to radicalize them and to contribute to become part of a strategic project of building a new society.
Okay. I see. Thanks so much. That's all the time we have. Thank you, Felipe and Victor.
Thank you,
really great.
comrades.
Yeah.
Thank
you. You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Felipe, só por último, tem uma pergunta ali no chat sobre o que a gente acha da viabilidade da proposta em Nova York, só para dizer que sim, é 100% totalmente viável, possível, e que o único desafio aí é político, né? Só não existe transporte público gratuito porque ele é um mecanismo de controle social, porque as cidades são feitas para segregar. E quando você libera o transporte público, né, esse mecanismo de segregação deixa de funcionar, mas não existe nenhuma inviabilidade econômica.
E outra coisa que o transporte...
Just giving the last answer. Pode falar.
Não, não, desculpa.
Tá bom. Khaled is just saying that the New York project is possible to be implemented, but the challenge here is a political challenge, because normally it would be necessary to confront the segregation capitalist process, and also to work with this issue of a reform as well as others, but to radicalize this struggle to build a project of transformation, taking in this issue and other complementary issues throughout the city of New York or even United States. So thank you much, comrades, and thank you for the space, and we see you.
We'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, closing statement?
Yeah.
All right, so that's the end of the virtual workshops, the international workshops for the 19th Annual Anarchist Book Fair. That's the end of the 19th Annual Anarchist Book Fair. It's been long and amazing. So we want to thank our collaborators right now with some shout-outs in alphabetical order. Antifa NYC, A Radical Guide, we're really happy to work with you. Blue Stockings Cooperative, Food Not Bombs NYC for all the burritos. Francisco Pancho Ramos Garden, which was the home of the first ever healing house, which was a series of radical healing initiatives and workshops, which was really beautiful this year. La Plaza Cultural de Armando Perez Community Garden, which is where our book fair is every year for the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Lois Sida Center for their infrastructure support. Museum of Reclaimed Urban Space. PIT, Property is Theft.
Property theft.
Yeah.
Printed Matter. Sam and Sadie Koenig Garden. Shoestring Press for the beautiful posters. Submedia for the film festival. Floresta TV. And Gio with Endless Editions, who did a lot of our printing and amazing work. 800 flyers and stickers that we put all over this city. We want to thank all the volunteers who did amazing work for months organizing this and executing all of the events. And we want to thank everyone who participated by coming and supporting the events, supporting the workshops, supporting the virtual workshops, and we're really excited to plan this for next year.
Yeah. Our 20 years.
It'll be 20 years next year, and we'll have it cooked up for you.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody, in solidarity.
Thank you.